Chapter 778. The fire reflected in Lionel's irises. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't know why or even how the Oryx King sacrificed himself. He didn't know if this was an ability of world force, if it was a lineage factor, or even if this was the Oryx King's original ability being fueled to a new level by his world force. Even with all his intellect, even with all his senses, he just couldn't understand. But maybe that was the way things were meant to be. When those at the top took on the greatest burden for themselves, wasn't it all to allow those beneath them to live on in ignorance? The flames, despite never touching the city below, seemed to engulf it whole. Whether it was the heat or the moment, it was all ubiquitous. This was likely a moment they would never forget. And yet, maybe the greatest irony was that they had treated this man as an enemy just moments ago. It was yet another bittersweet moment. But it was one filled with an underlying respect that pounded through their hearts. Maybe though, life wasn't filled with such fairy tales. Sometimes, even when the greatest sacrifice is made, even when all the tears are shed and all the hearts were broken, it still isn't enough. As the fires even Lionel didn't dare casually touch began to die down, the image of a singular man still standing in the air became clearer and clearer. By the time the flames faded away completely and they saw what remained, a horror could only grip their minds. There Alexander stood. His skin was burnt black, flaking off to reveal bloodied, mangled flesh beneath. Both of his arms were nowhere to be seen, and his once handsome features had all been burnt away to the point that one could make out bits and pieces of his skull. At that moment, the manic laughter appeared once again. As the rain sizzled and boiled, coming into contact with the supposed king, this laughter only grew. "Kill me. I am the apex." Alexander's voice boomed, the projection of his voice tearing a cyclone into the thick, black, cumulonimbus clouds coating the sky. Arcs of lightning flashed and thunder boomed. It looked like a hellish descent coming to reap all of their lives. "No!" Lionel suddenly roared, his body flickering. But when he appeared again, he had traveled less than half the distance he had wanted to. Completely out of his range, Alexander had shot down from the skies, his armless body looking like an arrow through the rain as he appeared amidst the army. His mouth opened wide, skin flaking and falling from his skull even as he bit down. At that moment, from across the battlefield, Gertrude smiled. Even from so far away, Lionel could see it clearly. She knew Alexander was too fast for her to react to. She didn't even have time to raise her weapon. Her final thoughts were quite simple, really. If she was going to die anyway, wouldn't it be nice to see his face one last time? It was just a shame that his head was covered in that damned armor. Gertrude's throat was ripped out by Alexander's teeth in that moment. As though a man dying of thirst, he sucked with all his might, leaving her withering until she breathed her last. Alexander's body flickered again, fiending for blood, needing that taste of life to grace his lips. The reason he had been able to gain such great regenerative abilities was by sacrificing his own son. After having gone so far, and with the unification of this world right at his fingertips, how could he die now? Lionel saw red, his body driving itself forward. Even if he couldn't use spatial force anymore, he still had his speed. He still had something. Unfortunately, without spatial force, he plummeted from the skies, crashing into the buildings below. Lionel allowed his divine armor to sink into his skin, bursting with whatever light elemental force he could muster. But by the time he managed to leap over another building, he could only watch as Alexander surged toward Rollin. Lionel felt as though his heart was being ripped out. These last 2 years couldn't have been any realer to him. He could still hear every one of Roland's laughs. He could still feel every time he patted his shoulder. He could still taste every meal they had had together. Thinking of how he could possibly explain his death to Elise, or if he would even ever get a chance to, tore him up from the inside out. However, Lionel didn't see Roland die. Somehow, what he saw instead shook him even more. Just when Roland's throat was about to be torn out much like Gertrude before him, Goggles kicked him out of the way, appearing before Alexander with a dagger wrapped by both hands and plunging down with all the strength he had. "Goggles!" Roland roared. "Shut up." Goggles' shout hid the trembling in his voice. "I won't let this bastard be the reason my goddess cries." Lionel's world completely lost color. All the times Goggles had gone on a convoluted rant played in his mind in a flash. And yet, this time, he hardly got to finish a single sentence before the rest was filled the gurgling sounds of blood. Goggles' eyes dimmed as his throat was ripped apart by a shining row of white teeth. Lionel plowed his way forward, his ears ringing with an eerie high-pitched, monotonous sound. He couldn't see straight or think straight. Everything he had left was poured into running as fast as he could, as though it didn't matter that Alexander had already regrown his limbs. Alexander's laughter rang through the skies, a familiar silver tablet rising out of his body and exuding an endless pressure. Lionel appeared before him, but could hardly swing his spear before a dome of force blocked him completely. Lionel wildly swung his spear at the dome, but none of what he did seemed to matter in the slightest. "You know," Alexander laughed, his mouth bloodied with the flesh of Lionel's lieutenants. "I once had a subject just as disobedient as you. Why don't I give you the same chance I gave him? You want to save the rest of them, right?" Alexander picked up Rollin, who had been sprawled to the ground by Goggles, lifting him up as though to make certain that Lionel could see his face. "Bow down." The dome of force around Lionel constricted, plowing him into the ground and smashing his forehead against the cracked paved roads of the city. "Swear your loyalty. Recognize the apex. I, King Alexander, will be the ruler of this world." Lionel's face was grinded into the dirt. He didn't even have the leverage he needed to stand up with his arms pressed flush against the ground, let alone the fact even if he did, there was no way he'd have the strength to shatter this barrier. He couldn't crack this barrier even when he was at full strength. How would he do it now? "If you do not, I'll make sure to kill each and every one of them, one by one." Chapter 779. Lionel grit his teeth, his jaw clenching with such force that it might have been heard if it wasn't for the heavy rain falling from the skies. Up above, a vortex of black clouds rumbled and sparked with lightning, becoming louder and more dangerous with every passing moment, as though a tornado trying to touch down to the earth. The moment Lionel heard Alexander's words, a rage began to pump through his veins. In the past, he hadn't cared about kneeling very much. It wasn't a devaluing of himself, but rather that he had never assigned the action as something that would grant or snatch such a thing as value from a person. Having grown up in a world that was more monarchy than democracy, something like paying respects to the emperor was a part of everyday life. It had never been a struggle to keep or hold on to a meaningless pride, especially when everyone around you had been indoctrinated in the very same way. It wasn't until Lionel met King Arthur that he suddenly gained a revulsion toward kneeling. But even then, it wasn't because of the action itself, but rather because he felt as though it was being used as a power play to elevate another at his expense. Back then, King Arthur was meant to tell him to rise, yet purposely chose not to as a method of applying more pressure on Lionel. What he didn't know was that even someone like Lionel had their own breaking point, especially when they put as much emphasis on respect as Lionel did. Since that day, Lionel never casually kneeled. But at this moment, with his face being grinded into the ground, with the fury of his army billowing around him, he hated it even more. Veins popped across his body. Even though his skin couldn't seem to sustain his bronze runes anymore, his eyes still pulsed with a strong red. But, at that moment, for whatever reason, the usual violet hue that curbed the murderous violence of the crimson was nowhere to be seen. The barrier seemed to give way to Lionel. But the moment he managed to rise high enough to make eye contact with Alexander, bang! Lionel's body was smashed into the ground once again. It felt as though the whole front of his skull was threatening to shatter. If it wasn't for the fact his metal body was stronger than the stone ground he was being forced into, his injuries would most definitely not be so light. Wrong answer. Alexander shook his head. "I'll give you as many chances as you need, don't worry." "General." Alexander waved a hand, causing a barrier to block a wave of soldiers from charging through. However, it became very clear very quickly that he hadn't done this for the sake of his safety. One man found himself flying through the barrier, his momentum not having stopped along with everyone else. He seemed to realize instantly what happened, but a flash of madness took over his eyes as he continued to charge forward, his roar being drowned out by the increasingly heavy rain. A splatter of blood rained down on Lionel, causing his trembling body to freeze. The droplets of crimson sounded far heavier than the falling rain. As though an anvil hidden within a mountain of clouds, it crashed in waves against Lionel's heart. At that moment, he felt the barrier around him loosen once again. Clearly, Alexander was giving him another chance to stand, another chance to bow down. Lionel didn't move. He didn't know what to do. The fury pulsing through his veins hadn't lessened, and yet he felt as though he should push it aside, that he should lay down his pride for the sake of a greater good. The lives of these people here, was it worth less than his pride or the cost of his humiliation? Lionel had to be honest with himself. The truth was that the answer to that question didn't matter to him. The reality was that it was all too much. He wasn't willing to bear the burden of so many deaths, to have the lost lives of his men weigh on him for a lifetime. Why did he try so hard? Why did he slave over every meticulous detail of their battles in the last 2 years? Why was it that he felt the need to be present at every battlefield? Why was it that he insisted on charging as the head of the vanguard no matter what the danger that lied ahead was? It was all because he didn't want to feel that weight, that heaviness. The things he asked for himself, he couldn't ask from others. He wanted to protect, he didn't want to feel this gut-wrenching guilt. Lionel's fingers scraped along the ground, his strength causing it to shatter and leave shallow trenches behind. Using his fists, he pushed himself up to his knees. His hair hung over his face, dirted by the mud and grime of the ground. It didn't seem to hold the same metallic sheen it always had anymore. His face, partially hidden by his hair, was covered in a mixture of blood and dirt, his eyes having returned to their usual pale green. Yet, at this moment, it appeared to be far more gray than anything else. His breathing was shallow and weak, his rib cage threatening to shatter into pieces with every gasp he took. If it meant not having to carry this burden, what was his pride worth? If he felt even his life wasn't as valuable as theirs, why would the cost of his humiliation be any higher? He was just a bit luckier than they were. That was all. Lionel began to lower his head to the ground, his entire army having fallen into complete silence. Their eyes turned red watching Lionel's back arch. They knew that for others it might take hundreds, even thousands of them dying before they broke. However, for Lionel, the single death of a warrior whose face was forgettable was enough for him. King, don't. Rollin gathered up all the strength he had left, his throat still being clamped down by Alexander, to finally squeeze out these words. Chapter 780. Lionel's head paused, his fists trembling. He didn't dare to look up. But just as easily as he had been able to see Norman's face back then, he could just as easily see Roland's. He could see the reddening of Roland's blue eyes, the tears streaming down his cheeks, the tight grit of his teeth. Lionel could almost see the reflection of Elise in Roland's eyes. He could feel how heavy the weight of the words he had just spoken were. They didn't just represent his willingness to die. They represented a willingness to leave his wife behind to a life of loneliness and pain. It was a weight of a completely different magnitude. It was the kind of weighted words no husband ever wanted to speak. No father ever wanted to say. Lionel knew well that Elise had found out that she was pregnant not long ago. He knew well that Roland knew this truth as well. He even knew that Goggles had sacrificed himself knowing this about as well as any one of them did. And yet, Roland still spoke these words. Lionel felt the burden on his back increase once again, his limbs quaking and tears threatening to fall from his eyes. He was so shaken that he completely didn't realize that Roland's form of address had changed. Alexander didn't interrupt, a cold smile curling his lip. Interrupting now would only make them resolve themselves even quicker. He didn't want to push Lionel one way or another. He wanted Lionel to feel the weight of the decision himself. He had already made his ultimatum as clear as it came. If Lionel didn't bow down, he would kill them all one by one. He didn't need to say anything more. Seeing Lionel struggle, Roland smiled, his eyes closing as the rain washed away his tears. We have already made our choice, King. Lionel's heart trembled. He thought back to that day Roland and Elise marched through their small town and stormed the Lord's manor. Despite being a feeble and petite woman, Elise held onto the heaviest weapon she could with both hands and walked side by side with her husband. That day neither of them knew what to expect. They had no idea what kind of strength Lionel had. For all they knew, that was the final day they would be on this earth together. Yet they had still done it together. Lionel remembered asking Roland how he had managed to hold together his emotions and make such a decision. As powerful as Aina was now, if there ever came a time where Lionel surpassed her by a large margin and had to enter a dangerous situation, he simply couldn't imagine taking her with him. He would rather face death alone and protect her to his back. But the response he received from Roland back then was far simpler than anything he could have ever imagined. I just asked her. I asked her if she was willing to share life and death with me. Then I trusted her decision. The stone beneath Lionel's fist shattered, the chattering of his teeth growing to the point it seemed he just might break his own jaw, clenching so hard. His heartbeat rose, his blood surging through his veins like dragons. His skin sizzled and his eyes regained their green, 2 tear droplets finally falling and rebounding against the muddied ground. Are you willing? Lionel's voice was soft, but it held a penetrating power that seemed to travel through to all of their ears. Roland's smile grew wider as his eyes remained closed. Images of his wife and what his unborn child might have looked like swirled in his mind. I am willing, my king. Those were Roland's last words. Blood fell from the corner of his lips, his smile forever dipped in crimson that even the rain didn't seem capable of washing away. His voice lingered in the air, echoing throughout the ravaged capital. Alexander had never thought Roland would do such a thing. Even though he hadn't taken action, he had known the most important information about all of Lionel's lieutenants. Could it really be that Goggles could stop him from killing someone he wanted to? He was in the mighty 5th dimension. All those here were nothing more than ants to him. He had merely allowed Goggles to do as he pleased because he decided that the emotional damage would be far more if things happened in this way. He had even known of Roland's wife and unborn child. Wasn't that why he was so confident that this wouldn't happen? And yet, what was happening now? Lionel gripped his fists, his hands and knees still on the ground, and his eyes never looking up. I am willing. Costello stood at the barrier, a wild grin on his face as he plunged a dagger into his chest. I am willing. Miles looked up in the skies, his heart trembling as he used his force to shatter it. I am willing. I am willing. Lionel gripped his fists tighter and tighter, the weight on his back becoming heavier and heavier. His arms and legs trembled, his body threatening to collapse to the floor. Every voice that sounded out shook him to the core. He just wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. He didn't care if it ripped his throat apart or if his chest burst beneath the pressure. But he held it in, listening to each and every one of them, and imprinting their voices onto his soul. Costello laughed into the skies as his eyes dimmed, his burly body teetering back and forth. Farewell, my king. The bodies fell to the ground one after another, a sea of blood seeping through. The rain fell heavier, washing the river of red onto Lionel's hands and feet as though to stain him for a lifetime. When the voices finally faded, Lionel slowly looked up. His every action seemed heavy. Even though it was true that his body was injured, it seemed to be more than that. Even his injuries shouldn't have made him reach such a point. It felt as though it took several minutes, but Lionel finally stood to his feet, his gaze locking onto Alexander. An ocean of crimson around him, a mountain of corpses laying at his feet, and a burden the likes of which was so heavy he almost sunk back to his knees. Yet he stood, his eyes glowing a fiery violet light. This burden. I will take it. There was no one left for Lionel to speak to other than Alexander. At that moment, Alexander's gaze flickered with rage. He felt a fury the likes of which made him want to tear the world to shreds. Unable to control himself any longer, he roared and struck outward. By the time he realized what he had done, his arm had run through Lionel's chest. However, all he saw in the latter's gaze was an eerie calmness even as his heart was shattered. Somehow, even though he had won, Alexander felt that he lost. Lionel's corpse fell to the ground, drowned in a river of blood. Chapter 781. Lionel's vision slowly cleared, only to find himself in a space of endless fog. However, what his gaze first locked on wasn't this eerily familiar setting, but rather the delicate feathers of white gold falling from an unknowable height onto his body. The moment Lionel saw this sight, he sighed deeply. The sight of this meant that what he had experienced wasn't an illusion. It was every bit as real as any of the other zones he had entered. This much he had expected, He had already guessed that there was a better than 95% chance that this would be the case. If even the mere fairy tale of Camelot could become real, he really had no leg to stand on in hoping that these matters were fake. Each and every one of those lives weighed heavily upon him. How then? Was Lionel so sure? It all went back to the fluttering white gold feathers, and the gaping pain in his chest that was being closed even now. Among the new abilities Lionel had formulated in these past 2 years, one was Dream Counter. Dream Counter, if explained in the simplest terms, was like Lionel programming his body to complete an action without his input. By assigning one of his split minds to a task, he could trigger an ability, a set of actions, or any sort of response, for any given specific situation of his choosing. Over these last 2 years, Lionel had been able to increase his number of split minds from less than 100 to more than double that. This allowed him to sacrifice one of his split minds for the sake of Dream Counter. In this case, Lionel assigned Dream Counter to his Snow Star Owl lineage factor's healing branch ability, Instant Recovery. Instant Recovery was an ability that Lionel could only use once every several months, and could bring him back from the brink of death. With such a valuable ability, wouldn't it be laughable if Lionel died simply because he wasn't quick enough to activate it? Lionel thus did the logical thing, and assigned his first Dream Counter to activate upon his imminent death. Lionel's hope for Dream Counter would be that he would eventually be able to split his mind so many ways that he could almost autopilot his body. Such a battle state would be even more powerful than his Dreamscape battle sense because there would be no need to read and react. However, whether such a thing would be possible in the future was unknown. How could it be possible to form a counter for an infinite number of possibilities? At this point, the reason why Lionel was so certain was obvious. The fact his lineage factor had activated now after Alexander blasted a hole through his chest meant that he had truly experienced all of that. Lionel closed his eyes once more, allowing the fluttering feathers to touch and disappear into his body. It was an absolutely beautiful sight he wasn't in the mood to enjoy. This burden. I will take it. Lionel clenched his fists. Images of Rollin, Elise, Gertrude, Goggles, Costello. They all ran through his mind. In fact, his near-infallible memory didn't stop until he had run through all more than 10,000 of his men. Subconsciously, they all arranged themselves into their own dreamscape, their smiling faces hovering in Lionel's dream world as though his guardian angels smiling down at him. At that moment, Lionel's heart was reformed and released a beat so powerful that it resonated through the endless fog. Batum. A strong surge of violet energies swirled around Lionel. Even as his eyes remained closed, an undisguised majesty made the world around him tremble. For a long time, Lionel hadn't cared for much. He flew by the seat of his pants and followed a garbled-together moral philosophy he probably couldn't express with any sort of coherency. Why was he the way he was? What did he want to do with his life? When he breathed his last breath, would he be leaving this world with a smile? Or an endless pile of regrets? Lionel's usual response to such things was to just ignore them all. He didn't have the answer, and with his personality, he never felt like giving a half-assed one. He felt that when the day came that he had an answer, it would be the day he truly began to live. Batum. Maybe up until even the final moments, Lionel still hadn't had an answer. Or maybe he did have the answer but was just unwilling to accept it. The burden of accepting it was too heavy. The weight he would have to carry would be astronomical. He would likely have to spend the rest of his life chasing after something he might never catch when, somewhere deep in his heart, he only wanted a small home to share with Aina as he lived out the rest of his days. Batum. But this was no longer something he could run from. He had accepted their hopes, their dreams. He had heard their last words, the final wills. He had felt their tears and soaked in their blood. If he continued to run now, could he even be considered a man? Could he continue to wake up every day and see his face in the mirror? Would he still be able to laugh and smile? Would he be able to look toward himself with any sort of pride? Could he face his mother, his father? Could he stand side by side with Aina with his chest broad and his back straight? He wouldn't allow himself to fall into such depravity. They say that everyone had the possibility of having a turning point in their lives, but Lionel had always believed that this was bullshit. No one could simply change on a dime. Becoming a better version of yourself meant making countless little decisions time and time again. Eventually, those little decisions had led Lionel to this very place. Batum. He didn't want to be a general. He didn't want to be a soldier, a warrior. He didn't even want to be an emperor. He was Lionel Morales. He would be a king. Chapter 782. A glass barrier shattering resounded. Violent cyclones of violet energy surged, enveloping Lionel's body in what almost looked like a cocoon. By the time the energy faded and Lionel's form appeared again, he seemed to radiate with an innate sort of excellence, his bronzed body exuding a faint purple light that seemed to make those around him gravitate toward him. Lionel's eyes slowly opened, a blinding light shooting out from their depths. He sat up, his face expressionless. But, when he caught a glimpse of his hair out of the corner of his eye, he could only smile somewhat bitterly. From its bronze sheen, Lionel's hair had become a bright white gold. So bright, in fact, that it almost looked as though it was made out of motes of light rather than hair filaments. As though this wasn't odd enough, there was a faint violet color emitting from it. From the right angle, it almost looked as though Lionel had extremely pale purple hair. He had to admit that such a look would be extremely beautiful on a woman. But on him, it made him look like a pretty boy. If he could see the fact that his eyes had gone from a pale green to a pale violet as well, he would probably throw his hands up in defeat. This should be a lineage factor synergy of sorts, Lionel concluded. Lionel's fourth lineage factor, unsurprisingly, came from the Fox family, his mother's side and specifically his mother's father, the Emperor. After years of introspection, Lionel realized that the faint pressure he gave off whenever he focused was exactly this lineage factor shining through. And this was why his cousin also had the same ability as they had both awakened it. However, things weren't so simple as this. It also seemed that his Fox family lineage factor had resonated with a portion of his metal synergy lineage factor, the odd purple energy in specific. This resulted in the two combining to form something quite different and unique. Lionel sighed. This look didn't feel like him at all. He could just barely accept his bronzed hair because it still remained manly, but this hair made him look like a dainty fairy prince. Knowing that he would likely fail again, Lionel tried to cut his hair once more. Bringing out his quasi-silver spear, he hoped for the best and cut across. Who knows, maybe his increased strength would help. But what Lionel couldn't have expected was for the cut to come with such ease. If it wasn't for the strands of hair that remained in his hand, he would have thought that he cut across empty air. Lionel looked at his clump of hair shocked. That was coercion? It was almost as though Lionel told his hair to become easier to cut, so it obeyed and became easier to cut. It was a subtle change that Lionel might not have noticed if he was unable to retrieve his own memories so perfectly. With narrowed eyes and spinning thoughts, Lionel put his hair away into his spatial ring, feeling that he shouldn't get rid of it. He stood, ruffling his short hair with a grin. This felt so much better. He felt like he was himself again. All he was missing was his favorite tracksuit and a football. The moment Lionel stood to his full height, the world trembled. Lionel blinked. In those final moments he was within the zone. He felt that he had passed its requirements. It was a subconscious feeling that resonated with his soul, so he was almost certain of it. If he was on Earth, he would have been transported to a world with Uncle Montez. But obviously this wasn't Earth. And despite the fact this place looked very similar to where he would be transported to on Earth, there was a very clear lack of Uncle Montez. Lionel thought that maybe there would be someone else here. But, even after all this time, no one had appeared. So he had no choice but to believe that much like Terrain, Valiant Heart wasn't deemed as important enough to gain support from higher dimensional worlds. Then again, this was a variant zone. It should be capable of producing its own rewards as well. But to this point, Lionel hadn't seen anything like that either. Until now. As the fog dispersed somewhat, Lionel finally saw an object that made his heart tremble. This sudden change to himself shocked Lionel. It wasn't that Lionel had never felt his heart tremble before. But right now he felt so confident and grounded that he believed it would take nothing short of a galaxy collapsing for him to lose control of his own reaction. Yet, merely moments after Lionel gained this confidence, this tablet seemed to shatter it into countless pieces. Whatever this tablet was, wherever it was from, or whatever powers it had, it was so far above the current Lionel that he couldn't even begin to see the base of the mountain it was at the peak of. After being stunned for a moment, Lionel began to laugh. Then from today on you are mine. Lionel reached out as though his shattered confidence was nothing more than a meaningless moment. The moment his palm made contact with the tablet, his body shook to the core of his soul, threatening to shatter into countless pieces. Yet, Lionel held on firmly, allowing a stream of information that seemed almost endless to flood his mind. Even for him, it was hard to keep track of it all. As though it sensed this, the tablet released a surge of energy. Lionel's mind trembled, his dream world suddenly explosively expanding as his dream force entered the fifth dimension. Such a reality made Lionel's pupils constrict. In the blink of an eye, this tablet was able to shatter a barrier that he had been at for almost 3 years. Though Lionel knew that his mind had the capacity to enter the fifth dimension long ago, actually doing so was a completely different animal. This tablet, just what was it? Chapter 783. Lionel soon realized that the breakthrough of his mind into the fifth dimension wasn't as much of a watershed moment as he thought it would be. But he immediately picked out the reason. The further away the rest of his body became from his true core dimension, the less benefits from it that he would receive. If he wanted to truly benefit from a fifth-dimensional mind, he would have to break into the fifth dimension. In truth, Lionel's combat prowess was confusing to a lot of people, especially those who didn't understand his background. But these people weren't at fault. When one saw a young man in the third dimension being capable of fighting threats at the quasi-fifth dimensional level, taking a pause of confusion was only natural. But there were multiple things to consider here. Firstly, the fourth dimension in this corner of the universe meant far less than it did to a world with a sixth-dimensional peak. And likewise the same was true to a world with a seventh-dimensional peak and so on. Lionel was born from a father from a seventh-dimensional world, and to a mother from a world with eighth-dimensional potential. Every step forward he took was worth more than it was for another for this very reason. A child born on a seventh-dimensional world would start at the third dimension, just like everyone else. But only a fool would think that his existence within the third dimension was equivalent to a person born on Earth before the metamorphosis. The fact that this child could even exist on a seventh-dimensional world, without collapsing from the pressure, was more than enough to illustrate this. Simply put, it was likely that if the current Lionel attempted to battle a genius from a seventh-dimensional world, he would at best be able to match someone at Tier 3 or 4. This breakthrough thus made it clear to Lionel just how important raising his foundational dimension was. But toward such a thing he could only continue to be frustrated. Breaking through wasn't as simple as swapping out the caliber of force he used. He had to follow the dimensional cleanse technique he chose from the very beginning, unless he wanted to switch to a completely new one. And in order to do that, he would need to use the map Uncle Montez had given him. The good news was that now that he had entered the fifth dimension with his dream force, he finally met the minimum requirements to actually read it. The bad news, however, was that he would need to leave Valiant Heart to do it. Of course, Lionel didn't care about Valiant Heart. What he cared about was Aina. In the past, this was all he cared about. But the burden on Lionel's back right now was a constant reminder. He couldn't be as aimless as he was in the past. Lionel shook his head. Aina is healed now. With her strength before, she was already a match for a Tier 7 genius Valiant Heart. Now though, even I'm not sure of the limit of her strength, especially since unlike me, she's truly entered the fourth dimension. Lionel chuckled. His girlfriend just might be stronger than him. He wasn't sure if he could defeat her even if he used his divine armor. But he wasn't mad about this. After all, what king didn't need a queen? We've outgrown this place. Aina will probably agree to leave with me. Lionel was confident in this. Aina's entire focus was on becoming stronger. If she felt that even her current strength wasn't enough for revenge, then that could only mean that the Brazinger family had more secrets than even he knew. But this was good. Lionel's goals and Aina's goals didn't diverge. They could rise to the top together. Lionel's eyes sharpened as he released a low shout. In that moment, the tablet finally reached the end. But at this point, not only had Lionel entered the fifth dimension with his dream force, he felt that his bottlenecks all the way up to the Tier 9 fourth dimensional metal body had all been blasted wide open. What a reward indeed. If this was all Lionel received for his 2 years of labor in that zone, it would still be worth it. Yet, from what he could tell, this was just a byproduct of the true reward, which must be this tablet. Observing the tablet, Lionel immediately noticed something. These patterns, they're the same? No, they're far more complex, but they're definitely derivative. Lionel couldn't read the ancient markings on the silver tablet, but he recognized the patterns as being quite similar to the ones on the ring that thrust him into this situation. To make matters more curious, Lionel couldn't help but notice that the ring that had been on his palm was nowhere to be seen. However, before he drew any conclusions, he chose to remain reserved. After all, even now he still couldn't sense little Tali, so maybe he needed to leave this place first. Lionel shook his head and began to organize all the information the tablet had flooded into his mind. Due to the fact he had gotten distracted, he allowed all his more than 1,000 split minds to handle it while he thought. But he had hardly gotten to the first bit of information when he froze completely. What? The moment Lionel ran across this bit of information, he left his dream world and focused on the tablet in his hand. He looked at it as though it was a cross between the most terrifying things in the world and a treasure from the heavens on high. It was then that Lionel's mind was absorbed into the tablet, bringing to another world of fog. But compared to the one he had just been in, this one was far less bright, oozing out a darkness that made one's spine tingle. However, Lionel wasn't focused on any of this at all. Rather, all around him, hovering like grayed out, floating spirits, faces he recognized all too well were present. Rollin, Goggles, Elise. Chapter 784. Lionel snapped himself back to reality, a cold chill seeping into his heart. Of these spirits, the majority were grayed out. As though a locked character on a gaming screen, Lionel knew that he didn't have anywhere near the power or strength that would be needed to awaken them. In fact, from the information he received, he might never have this strength. However, among these grayed-out spirits there were several that had color to them. Among them was a face Lionel thought he would never see again. Alexander, that king with so much ambition, waiting to conquer the world with this very same tablet in his hand, ended up becoming just one of the many spirits within. It was then Lionel fully understood. This tablet, in exchange for a price, was capable of resurrecting those from the zone Lionel just exited. Rather than being excited at such a prospect, Lionel suddenly felt the need to vomit. Just what was this tablet? How could it gamify the lives and deaths of living, breathing people? How could it set a price on them and a cost for them to see the light of day again? Lionel felt a gut-wrenching urge to throw this tablet away. No, he wanted to destroy it with every fiber of his being, shatter it into a million little pieces and incinerate it with the hottest star in the universe. Seeing the sacrifice of his men being twisted in such a perverse and sickening way made his pale purple eyes redden with unshed tears. Was this all a joke? Had this tablet fabricated such a world for the sake of finding Lionel? Or had it cursed an already existing world for the same purpose? Lionel couldn't decide which was worse. Both possibilities felt like a knife twisting through his intestines, gouging him from the inside out. Lionel took several deep breaths, his hands falling to his knees and his chest heaving. His mouth began producing saliva at a rate that made it seem he really might vomit any moment now. It wasn't until several long minutes later that Lionel managed to calm himself, that sinking weight on his back acting as a counterbalance to his emotions. Lionel almost wanted to laugh at himself. He had just gained this newfound confidence, yet in just a few minutes, it had already been shattered not just once, but twice. In fact, this second time he almost fell apart completely. Others might see this tablet as some sort of work of God, but Lionel found it hard to look at it as anything other than the hand of a devil. Lionel closed his eyes, sealing away his emotions. He found it far easier to do this the more ways he could split his mind. Now that he had reached more than 1,000, it was even simpler now. The grayed-out souls are of those who are died. The tablet needs to be fed a certain amount of sacrifices in order to even prepare to resurrect one of them. The colored souls are those that didn't die. The cost of recovering them is far less. In fact, the tablet already has enough to do so for one right now. In terms of sacrifices, invalids have a good exchange rate, especially variant invalids. Talented humans are another good exchange, especially those with innate nodes, and even more especially for those that have innate nodes related to life elemental force. These were the main rules Lionel was able to piece together, but he could tell that there were several exceptions. For example, someone with a life elemental innate node like Norman's fiancée didn't need to be killed. Taking her blood over a longer period of time would even be more beneficial. After all, killing her would be like killing a goose who laid golden eggs. In addition to this, though Lionel didn't believe Aina had an innate node, at least as far as he knew, he could tell that her blood to this silver tablet would be even more valuable than Norman's fiancée's. Of course, Lionel had no intention of bleeding his girlfriend dry just for the sake of this tablet. In addition, Norman's fiancée was grayed out like the others. But rather than this being due to her dying, it seemed that it wasn't easy for the tablet to reproduce what could give it life. That said, considering Lionel's personality, he had no intention of using her even if he could resurrect her now. I can only resurrect one person for now, and there's no telling when I'll be able to accumulate enough energy to resurrect another. So I need to choose a person who puts me in the best position to lay out the next portion of my plans. Lionel had already decided. In the past, he had no intention of joining the Morales family's air games. But now things were different. Lionel had no intention of not taking advantage of the luck he had been given in this life. If he wanted to reach his ultimate goal, even given how impossible it was, he would have to take hold of whatever leg up he had. In that case, not only would he become the successor of the Morales family, he would become the successor of his grandmother's Luxnix family, and he would most definitely snatch Earth away from his grandfather. This dimensional verse. He would change it. In that case, there was one person here who would facilitate that better than everyone else. One person that would make Lionel's next steps far simpler. And this one person also happened to cost just as much as the remaining energy the tablet had. Choosing this person would most definitely piss the people of Valiant Heart off. However, when it came to the future he envisioned, Lionel wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his way. Lionel's eyes snapped open, their pale violet hue shimmering through the darkness. With a thought, the young man he was looking for appeared before him, carrying with him a handsome face that most definitely rivaled Lionel's own. Elther Yumrake, third prince of the Oryx Kingdom. You will be the first. End of volume. I've chosen to change Volume 4's title from Milky Way to Valiant Heart. Many more adventures to come. This is where Lionel's journey truly begins. His journey to stand atop the dimensional verse. Chapter 785. Lionel appeared in the world of white fog again. But this time there was an extra light. The silver tablet began to vibrate, glowing with a fierce white that made Lionel squint. Soon afterward, a figure began to form and the lights began to wane. It didn't take Lionel much thought to recognize this figure, especially since he had consciously chosen this person to begin with. Still, at that moment, Lionel couldn't help but be slightly in relief. If who he was resurrecting was based on what he wanted and not what he needed, then it would most definitely be Rollin. Though they had only spent 2 years together, Lionel felt a sort of camaraderie that he hadn't felt in a very long time. Whenever Lionel looked at Rollin, he couldn't help but think of James, his partner in crime for over a decade. Even though they had always had diametrically opposed personalities, they had always fit well together. Yet, after all this time, Lionel still didn't know what caused it all to change. Lionel's thoughts on James, though somewhat scared even himself. When he remembered James, what he felt wasn't an unwillingness or an unfortunate emotion. Rather, it was simply a fleeting memory, almost as though he was remembering a city he had visited before or a car that had caught his attention on the side of the road. He felt so detached from his former days with James that the recalling of the memories had become less of a function of emotion, and more about just how good his mind was at recalling events. It was nothing more, and nothing less. That said, Rollin was different. Lionel felt that he was the sort of man he would fight with to his final breath. And in those last moments, he had proved that without a shadow of a doubt. Sit tight, Rollin. Soon I'll be able to introduce you to my someone special too. This way, Lionel wouldn't have to worry about the guilt he'd feel. Whether Rollin was available to be resurrected now or not, Elther was still the correct option. At that moment, the figure finally formed and Elther's face became clear. All of Lionel's excess thoughts stopped right then as he observed Elther. The truth was that he wasn't sure how this would go. He didn't know if Elther would still have his memories from the previous world, or if he would be a blank slate. The worst part was that even if Elther did have his memories from the Zone world, there was no telling if he would view Lionel the same. After all, during these last 2 years, no one had called him Lionel, even once, no matter how many times he introduced himself. It made him feel as though he was playing a separate character other than himself. Lionel wouldn't have even been surprised if this character was available somewhere within the tablet to be resurrected. Then there was the last potentially unfortunate circumstance. It was also possible that Elther had his memories, remembered what happened, recognized Lionel, yet chose not to follow him. This was a very real and distinct possibility that Lionel might have to face. Should it happen, he would have to simply accept it or do his best to convince Elther. Lionel's eyes steeled with determination. If he wanted to be a king yet couldn't even convince his first general to follow him, what kind of king could he possibly be? He might as well give up this impossible dream right here and now. The lids of Elther's eyes opened. He looked around in confusion for a moment, a strong cognitive dissonance hitting him from all sides as though he couldn't figure out what was going on. When he saw Lionel before him, his eyes shot up in surprise. General? Elther's frown deepened. For some reason, he felt that calling Lionel this now felt inappropriate. Something had changed, something so fundamental that just that form of address alone left him with a bad taste in his mouth, as though he had said something unforgivable. King. Elther almost immediately changed his words. It felt subconscious, like the world itself was whispering it into his ear. Lionel grinned. "I'm no king yet." But Elther's mind still felt foggy. The last he remembered was being dragged away by his kingdom's generals. He had tried scratching and clawing, yet no matter what he did or what he tried, they were all too strong for him. Ultimately, he had even lost to Lionel, and quite easily at that. Despite having access to chaotic particle force, he had yet to truly grow into his ability. In addition, he was born in a fifth-dimensional world, and was the same age as Lionel. After stepping out of the zone, Lionel realized that the time had been 1-to-1 with the outside world. So he had to accept at this moment that he was now truly 2 years older, and had missed his own 21st birthday. To Lionel, 21 was already an age he should be growing into true adulthood. But, to the dimensional verse, especially to a fifth-dimensional world, even 60 was still considered young. It was safe to say that if Elther wanted to follow Lionel to the very end, he would have some growing to do. But Lionel was confident that he'd be able to do it. "What do you want in life, Elther?" Elther struggled, remembering his father's words. Shouldn't he be a king? He had to take on the burden of his people. He couldn't disappoint his father. However, just when he was going to say these words, he met Lionel's light violet eyes and felt his heart tremble. For some reason, meeting this gaze, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to lie. "I want to be a true king's saber. I want to live on the battlefield and become the weapon that shatters all obstacles. I want Menhove soaked in a river of blood to run at the mention of my name." Lionel's grin only became wider and wider. "Elther, are you willing to be my saber?" Elther's eyes glowed with a furious light. "Yes." Chapter 786. The tall walls and pillars seemed to sing, a radiating bronze light that shone down. A singular hall opened up wide to a circular room that spanned an almost 500-meter diameter. Valiant warriors with statues over 100 meters tall lined the walls, all looking toward a four-sided prism of stairs. At the bottom of these marbled steps, etched with delicate rune patterns and reflecting the bronze lights that shone from all around, a group of bloodied figures lay gasping, barely holding on to their lives with whatever energy they had left. Those from Valiant Heart would only be stunned by such an outcome. 2 years was simply far too long of a time. No one had ever expected for the zone to remain open for so long. Realizing that so much time had passed without their geniuses returning, the elders had no choice but to open up the projection once again. But what they found was a long and grueling battle. So long, in fact, that they couldn't afford to keep it open continuously, and could only check in once a month. And yet, what they saw time and time again was something that left them numb with shock, and it all seemed to relate back to the only figure who wasn't collapsed on the ground. In fact, she was the only figure that had climbed the four-side stairs, and was the only one who stood at the very top. She was a beauty gorgeous beyond words. Her delicate features carried the valiance of a valkyrie and the elegance of a queen. Even while her face beaded with sweat and her long, flowing hair stuck to her cheeks and forehead, her image didn't seem marred in the slightest. Several cuts and bruises dotted her body, her black, military uniform drenched and dried, flaking blood and still drizzling crimson. And yet she stood tall, the only one of her peers that had reached this step. Down below, the likes of Raylion, Hephaestus, and Sale couldn't even move an inch. It could even be said that the only reason they had reached the end of the hall to begin with was because of Aina leading the charge. In the past 2 years, despite how murderous Aina was, it became very obvious, very quickly, that this trial wasn't one they could pass alone. As powerful as Aina had become, there had still been a limit to what she could do. But in the end, none of it mattered. She stood here at the peak. And yet, her eyes felt somewhat vacant. "What are you moping about for?" The sudden voice made Aina freeze. On the outside, those who had still been following the events of the last 2 years were absolutely stunned. The appearance of this person, a person many had assumed to have died long ago, was the very last thing any of them had expected. At that moment, Aina's head whipped back, only to find Lionel strolling out from the hall she had been forced to cut a bloody path through over the past 2 years. A pair of massive white gold wings spread from his back. Yet, as though he was trying to look as cool as possible, his hands were in his pockets and a casual smile hung from his lips. He wore a black tracksuit and a pair of sneakers. His hair was a bright white gold with a faint violet hue that seemed to radiate with its own light. Even his eyes had completely changed, carrying a pale purple light that bordered on a pinkish gray. At that moment, though, Aina could tell that Lionel wasn't just trying to be cool. The aura he exuded was so confident that it almost made her reach a point of intoxication. As much as her mental coercion worked on Lionel, the opposite seemed to be so true that he became like a magnet she was being violently pulled toward. Lionel took a single step forward and vanished. When Aina blinked and cleared her vision, he already stood before her, looking down into her eyes with the same care and affection she had been missing for so long. Aina could feel that Lionel had changed. His eyes carried a charisma she couldn't ignore. Even his smell was something she couldn't get enough of. The emotions were so much that she couldn't handle them after a certain point. At that moment, the valiant woman who had blazed the path of a warrior in these last 2 years broke down into tears, her trusted battle axe falling to the ground as she dove into Lionel's arms. Her sobs seemed endless. Even though she tried to speak, she couldn't form the words. Every time she tried, it only made her cry harder. No one knew but her what kind of emotions had been running through her mind all this time. What kind of turmoil had wrecked her heart? As hard as Aina had cried that day she almost lost her virginity to Lionel in the bathhouse the first time. This time she cried even harder. Back then, Aina had only thought she might lose Lionel, causing her to try everything she could to hang on to him, however naive that was. But this time, she really thought she had lost him forever. 2 years. 2 entire years. Lionel smiled somewhat sadly, wrapping arms around her waist. If he could melt her into himself, he would do so. He was certain that she was the woman he wanted by his side for a lifetime. Lionel raised his hand to Aina's cheek. When she looked up at him, he could see her golden eyes red from crying, her little nose sniveling with snobs, and even her lip quivering as she tried to form the words she wanted to say. "It's all fine now." Lionel smiled, wiping her falling tears with a thumb. "I'm here." Lionel kissed her lightly. It was soft and slow, but it conveyed all his emotions in a single simple action. Chapter 787. Aina wiped her tears away, finally regaining her composure after several dozen minutes. By this point, she was quite embarrassed. She had been trying to stop for a while now, but it kept flooding outward. Even she hadn't realized how much she had ignored until now. But somewhere deep inside, she knew it was deeper than just this. It wasn't just the emotion of not seeing Lionel for so long, but she could also feel it. She could feel that Lionel had finally truly stepped into the dimensional verse. Whatever it was that he had experienced in these last 2 years had definitely been no lesser than her, and it had changed him. She knew. There was no going back for him now. Aina forced a smile as she wiped the last of her tears. You finally cut your hair? Lionel scoffed. Are you trying to say you didn't like my long hair? Aina giggled, a girlish charm twinkling in her eyes. Ironically, though, at that moment, Lionel could tell that she had truly become a woman. In these 2 years, Aina had truly grown into her own. He found it hard to believe, but her curves were even fuller and her charm just a measure greater. Even covered in blood and sweat, Lionel was certain that he had never seen a woman as beautiful as her, nor would he ever. You look much better like this. Aina skirted around the question. Much more handsome. Her smile grasped onto Lionel's heart. It was as though the two were in their own world, oblivious to the several geniuses bleeding out below and the hundreds watching them from the outside. In truth, Lionel might have been inclined to at least help the geniuses below if it wasn't for the fact he was certain that no small number of the wounds on Aina now had been caused by them. The fact he wasn't killing them all one by one, especially Raelion and Hephaestus, was an act of kindness in his opinion. After a moment, though, Lionel feigned hurt. At least I'm not as smelly as a certain someone else. Ah. Aina looked down at herself, suddenly embarrassed. Do I really? Go away, take a few steps back. Aina was suddenly flustered, especially since she found Lionel's scent to be particularly good right now. It was fine if they both smelled bad, but if it was just her, she would rather find a hole to crawl into and die. Lionel erupted into a burst of laughter, bringing her into a tight bear hug. It's okay, I'll take you and all your little imperfections. You have a good earthy smell to you. Almost like a hibernating bear. Lionel. Aina shouted out his name in embarrassment, but that didn't stop Lionel from burying his nose into the hook of her neck. Her body was suddenly filled with a hint of lust and ticklishness, followed by a flood of mortification. Aina pushed Lionel away, her hands pressing firmly against his chest. People are watching. Lionel had half a mind to say let them, but then he realized that such beautiful sights should be left to him and him alone. Who were these bunch of peeping toms to take advantage of his Aina? With a wave of his hand, Lionel and Aina suddenly disappeared from public view. The elders could only look toward each other with bitter smiles. They had no idea where this young man had gone for 2 years. But in all this time, they had begun placing all their hopes and aspirations on Aina, especially as their valiant heart situation became more and more precarious. But now it felt like they were all watching their daughter being snatched away right in front of them, and there was hardly anything they could even do about it. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that the screen hiding them both finally reappeared. Yet somehow, Aina was wearing a completely new set of clothes. She had ditched her military uniform, and even ignored her valiant heart uniform to wear a tracksuit that was almost the exact replica of Lionel's. You planned this, didn't you? Lionel blinked innocently. Couples wear matching pajamas during the holidays, right? What's wrong with matching tracksuits? The problem is that it's a little small. Aina wrinkled her nose, moving her waist as though to check whether the material would hold up. Lionel was speechless. It should be a crime to make such an innocent movement so seductive. Are you trying to give me a nosebleed? It's not my fault that you've grown so much in the last 2 years. Aina rolled her eyes, but she was still inwardly smiling. Ah, I forgot. Aina looked back toward the center of the prism they stood at the peak of. Right there, a large orb of bronze sat. It was clear that this was the ultimate reward of the zone. At the very least, it was the ultimate reward for this part of it. As for how the ring was related to all of this, Lionel still wasn't absolutely sure. He only had 2 guesses he had no way of verifying. The first was that the ring and the tablet were connected in some way, and were actually an outside influence. In this case, the tablet would have originally had nothing to do with this variant zone, and was instead just using it as a convenient medium to accomplish its goals. As for what those goals were, Lionel had no way of knowing. The second possibility was that the ring and tablet were related to the Morales family, and thus an extension of the treasure used to keep this zone opened indefinitely in the first place. Which of these were more true? Lionel was leaning more toward the first, but he couldn't confirm. Aina smiled. I saved all the rewards, we can share them later. Lionel looked at Aina like she was crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Keep it all, it'll be just fine. Aina opened her mouth to respond, but seeing the look in Lionel's eye, she simply nodded. She felt, for some reason, that she'd never be able to change his mind. Okay. Aina touched the bronze orb. It was then the zone was filled with a blinding light and they all vanished. Chapter 788. A flashing light swirled between the two valiant pillars. By this point, the crowd of individuals watching was considerably smaller than it had been 2 years ago. And though this was in part due to the fact it had been so long, it was also obvious that there was an air of heaviness around Valiant Heart that hadn't quite been there before. When the group of geniuses appeared, the only two who were still on their feet were Lionel and Aina, but on the bright side, only 3 of their 12 geniuses had died. One was Sale's partner, the other 2 were both geniuses from Severed Heart. Somehow, Radley's had managed to survive until the end, but Lionel hadn't really gotten around to asking Aina what had happened to her in these last couple years. They had both decided that things would be less annoying if they handled whatever these Valiant Heart elders would throw at them first. As expected, the elders seemed to swarm the group the moment they reappeared. To Lionel's surprise though, after getting the other medical attention, most of their attention was focused on Aina, something that made Lionel laugh inwardly. There were any number of reasons they were acting like this, but it was likely a combination of them being consumed by Aina's talent, and not having actually seen him in action. The final cherry on top was that these elders truly didn't dare to question Lionel, and by extension didn't even consider asking Aina for her things. As far as they were concerned, as long as they could win over Aina, wouldn't they win over Lionel as well? Still, humans were also creatures of recency bias. It had been too long since they had seen Lionel in action, and even if they remembered what he had shown, it was still nowhere near as impressive as what Aina had done right before their eyes. That said, from the very beginning, Lionel's sights had been far beyond this bronze organization. And now, this truth was only truer than it had ever been before. Even beneath the onslaught of questions from the elders, seeing that this was going to take forever, Lionel ignored them all and pulled Aina away. He hadn't suffered through 2 years just to suffer some more under such conditions. The two soon vanished over the horizon, leaving the elders at a loss. The elders looked toward Head Hutchin, trying to understand what it is they should do. Give them some time. Hutchin said evenly. Make sure that the others are well taken care of. They too have made great progress. As for the 2 of them, we can only hope that they are willing to help. What? Bad timing? Lionel replied. You think? Aina rolled her eyes. She thought that her man had become far more confident and attractive, but she didn't think that he would also become more tactless. At that moment, the 2 were both naked. Aina sat on Lionel, her breasts even touching his chest. She could very clearly feel his member pressing against the cheek of her ass. And yet, he chose this moment to talk about Oryx? Couldn't he pick a better time? Her eyes were still glazed over from the orgasm she had just felt. Lionel laughed. It's already been like half a day. The 2 had already been rolling around in bed for more than 10 hours. Even Lionel didn't bother to count the number of peaks Aina had climbed to in that time. Yet she still wanted more. It seemed that in these 2 years this girlfriend of his had become insatiable. That still leaves you with 729.5 more days to make up for. Lionel sputtered with laughter. He had to admit that he didn't hate this clingy version of Aina at all. It seemed like she wanted to stay attached at his hip and he loved it, quite honestly. Though the 2 were still subconsciously ignoring the topic of sex, still feeling as though that portion of their relationship hadn't quite been sorted out yet. Lionel felt closer to Aina than he ever had before. And at this moment, he felt that that was enough. I'm serious, this is important. Lionel finally said. Fine. Tell me what about the Oryx is so important. Well, It isn't that the oryx are important, but rather what I want to do with them, that is. Our relationship with Valiant Heart could become quite contentious, especially when I succeed. It was only after Aina heard this that her hips stopped subconsciously gyrating, and she focused on Lionel's words. What do you mean? I plan on taking over the oryx tribe and ruling them. Ha! Aina was stunned by Lionel's words. From her position, her gaze was slightly higher than Lionel's. Looking down into his eyes, she could tell he was completely serious. Aina blinked. She found the dauntless confidence in Lionel's gaze right now to be fatally attractive. She even faintly wanted to drop everything and simply follow his lead. How do you plan on doing that? She asked. I have a talented oryx general under my charge. I've already sent him to their tribe. He's not powerful enough yet to take full control over them, but his talent is enough to do most of the work for him. An oryx general? Seeing Aina's confusion, Lionel began to explain everything he had experienced, and for the first time since the two reunited, they did something other than tease and embrace one another. When Aina learned about the tablet, though, her expression changed. Such an object. Could it bring her mother back to life? Having such a thought, she couldn't help but bite her plump pink lips, her bad habit shining through once again. And what do you plan to do with Valiant Heart? If you want to take over the oryx, what does that mean for this place? Lionel's light violet eyes flashed with a cold light that made Aina shiver with an uncontrollable excitement. The oryx are the far more talented group, and their potential will be useful to me. The same cannot be said of Valiant Heart. If they get in my way, I'll destroy them. Chapter 789. Aina looked deeply into Lionel's eyes. Once again, she saw that look that told her she wouldn't be able to change his mind. This was something she hadn't been used to seeing from Lionel. She felt that on some level, she always had a chance to shift his line of thinking. Whether it was by coaxing or logic, she felt that she always had such a possibility even if the likelihood was small. Yet this was twice now in less than a day she had seen this look. She could feel a higher purpose coming from Lionel. One that came with no less determination than her will to see the Brazinger family brought to its knees. Lionel. HM? Despite their sexually charged position and state, the couple seemed to enter a serious exchange. What is it that you want to do? Say it to me clearly. Lionel looked into Aina's eyes, seeing himself reflected within her golden irises. Eventually, his gaze became so intense that he could even see two floating balls of violet within them. I will change this world, Lionel said evenly. Aina's gaze narrowed. How? Change this world? Was such a thing even possible? That would practically be trying to change human nature. At such a point, one might as well say that they wanted to become a deity. By having the largest fist. Aina was speechless. She was quite well aware that as a girlfriend, her duty, at the very least, was to support Lionel in all his dreams and aspirations. But wasn't it also her job to tell him when something was impossible? Aina's view of the world had been jaded for a long time. With her disposition, it was a miracle that she had even opened herself up to a relationship with Lionel in the first place. It could be said that it was a mixture of Lionel's timing being perfect, and her having suppressed her feelings for him for too long. Right now though, even though the look in Lionel's eyes made her heart tremble, even though his confidence made him far more attractive than he had ever been, even though she really wanted to smile brightly and say that she would support him to the very end, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She found herself wanting to pull Lionel back, to stop him from treading down an impossible path. She almost wanted him to go back to his old self, even if she had to deal with his long hair, even if she had to deal with him being aimless, even if the shadow of his grandfather still lingered overhead. However, she could see it once again for a third time, that light in his eyes that said it was impossible. Inwardly, she felt disgusted with herself when she had such thoughts. How long had Lionel spent unselfishly following her wishes? Even now, she could tell that he had no intention of abandoning her. In fact, he might even be more determined and confident now to help her than he ever had been before. But at the moment, she felt like Lionel was running on a path to infinity. She couldn't see the end of it. But what she could see were all the pitfalls that dotted even the first stretch, let alone the abyssal black holes that lay ahead. Aina suddenly felt her heart constricting again, her breathing hitching as though there wasn't enough air in the room. She was already in the beginning stages of another panic attack, before she even truly understood what was happening. It was at that moment that she felt two sturdy hands tighten on her hips. Aina looked into Lionel's eyes, still finding it a bit difficult to calm down. But every time she felt like she might slip into another fit, she would always sense those sturdy hands. Aina collapsed on Lionel's chest, seemingly having been sapped of all her strength. The soothing feeling of Lionel's hand stroking her hair, and the sound of his heartbeat against her ear seemed to help her own heart rate calm. "I don't want to lose you," Aina said softly. Lionel didn't respond. He didn't know if there was anything he could say to this. He realized that while these last 2 years had brought him great changes to his character, the same couldn't be said for Aina. But he should have expected as much. He had spent these last 24 months in an entirely new world, meeting people, forming relationships and ties, taking on responsibilities he never had before. But in Aina's case, she had spent the last 2 years in that very same constant battle. Though her body had grown and her strength had become greater, there was no such opportunity for her. If anything, she only sunk further and further into her fear of losing him. Lionel could easily see how his decision could make Aina feel, as though she was jumping out of a frying pan and into a fire. She had just got him back, but she felt that she was losing him again. But Lionel didn't see it this way. Was there really a problem if they simply took every step together? If they grew as one, rose to the top as a pair, would she still have to worry? Lionel continued to run his fingers through Aina's hair. There were some things that words couldn't fix and only actions could show. So he would show her. The couple fell into a light sleep, and were only awakened 2 days later by Lionel sensing someone trying to reach them. Yip. Yip. Little Black Star hopped into Lionel's arms after he got dressed, causing the latter to laugh. Yes, yes. I missed you too, buddy. Lionel smiled, stroking the little guy's fur. I've got big plans for you, Little Black Star. Are you ready? The little mink blinked curiously at Lionel, but he only smiled mysteriously toward this curiosity. Not long later, Lionel and Aina both left the segmented cube, only to find a group of elders led by Magneral waiting outside the small shop. Chapter 790. Elders. Lionel smiled as though he hadn't just been talking about destroying them all. It seemed he had already gained the two-faced nature of a politician. Lionel didn't see it this way though. As long as Valiant Heart didn't get in his way, there wouldn't be any need for them to lock horns. Of course, he was planning on aiding their mortal enemies for what must have been several millennia already. So maybe his thinking was still a bit green, albeit more forceful than it had been in the past. Even Aina couldn't help but give him a side eye. I see that the shop is still going strong even after so long. Magneral tried to open the conversation up with some small talk. Lionel nodded in return. My partners from the former Polished Glass faction have improved greatly in my absence. I'm quite proud of them. Lionel had left Kayla and the others without much guidance or instruction, not expecting his departure to actually be for so long. He had never thought that they would end up grasping the opportunity and growing so much in his absence, especially Kayla. Long before he left and before even building Black Star, Lionel had given the group material and information they needed to greatly improve their crafting. However, in the end, an opportunity was just an opportunity. Oftentimes, people even took such things for granted to the point of squandering their chance entirely. But Kayla, Rum, Madia and the others most definitely hadn't. In fact, their improvement even impressed Lionel. Lionel knew that he needed strength to achieve his goals. But his foundation couldn't be built without a layer of trust, respect and loyalty first. Though they were weak, this group had more than proven to him just what kind of people they were. And to Lionel, this was far more rare than just an individual with talent or power would be. So, he had already given them even more resources and knowledge. As far as he was concerned, they were his people now. The group exchanged some more pleasantries, something that would have been weird to any outside observer. It seemed as though they were having a talk of equals rather than a talk between seniors and juniors. But at this point the elders had no choice. Let alone what they had seen from Aina in the past couple years, Valiant Heart had practically been turned upside down in their absence. The longer Raylion spent away, the more and more backlash his system received. The freshmen seemed to only become more and more enraged with each passing day. As the pressure from outside sources also increased, no small number of people had withdrawn from the organization entirely. Hearing such talks, Lionel could only rub his nose lightly, pretending to be completely oblivious despite knowing that he probably had the largest hand in all of this. But was it really his fault? Who asked Raylion to piss him off? The moment Raylion had given that speech, Lionel had laid down the groundwork to cause the collapse of his system. Unfortunately for Valiant Heart, though, before he could rein things back in short of their collapse, he became trapped in another world for 2 years. The result was seeds he had laid years ago growing and festering to the point the situation could hardly be handled with any sort of ease. Of course, the only ones who knew that Lionel had intentionally done such a thing, causing an uprising amongst the freshmen against their seniors, were Lionel and Aina. So, feigning ignorance was quite easy despite the fact Lionel felt a little bad. Forget it, things are better this way. The weaker they are, the less inclination they'll have to get in my way. It's either that or they'll react like cornered beasts. Hopefully it's the former and not the latter. Since the elders didn't want to have such a talk out in the open, they eventually chose to go to a nearby restaurant. Lionel still had a rule up that only a single fifth-dimensional entity could enter his shop at once, and he didn't feel like changing it quite yet. Not long later, the group sat down. Once again Magneral took the lead. Maybe because they believed her familiarity with Aina would help. She seemed to always be the one who headed their talks. As for the others, they were clearly here purely for support. I will get right to the point. Magneral spoke after a deep breath. Valiant Heart is in trouble, and we've reached a point where the strength of our elders isn't enough to stave it off. As things stand now, Valiant Heart still has the strongest fifth-dimensional experts in our quadrant. The problem is that this is hardly meaningful if multiple choose to target us at once. The power of a few will never be able to match up to the power of the many. By paying a price, Valiant Heart has been able to receive the support of a neutral third party. However, after mediation, the only chance we have to protect our territory would be our gathering. Unfortunately, because you all were stuck in the zone for 2 years, we've been forced to make concessions to buy more time and have thus been forced into an even deeper corner. The odds are even more unfavorable for us now than they were before. Lionel listened to this from start to finish, not interrupting. The gathering will be exceptionally dangerous, so dangerous that we have chosen not to make it mandatory any longer. We cannot guarantee the lives or deaths of any of our students. We as teachers cannot take the burden of this choice from you. But we still hope that you will choose to fight by Valiant Heart's side. Toward this end, we would be willing to give you no small amount of compensation. What do you say? Will you fight with us? Chapter 791. Lionel and Aina left the restaurant not long later, their expressions not giving much of anything away until they were already back in the segmented cube. Why did you agree to help them? Aina finally asked after the two were alone again. Why turn down free resources? Lionel said with a laugh. But if we help them protect their territory, wouldn't that make it more difficult for your plans? No, it would actually help. You and I aren't representative of the younger generation of Valiant Heart. With how shaky their foundations are, isn't it best to leave it in their hands? Well, Raylion actually isn't so weak. Lionel blinked, looking over at Aina who had seemingly begun to cook something. Should I be jealous? Aina looked up from the stove, blinking innocently, a sweet smile on her face. You left me for 2 years. Who knows, maybe I wavered. Ah. Lionel looked like a wounded puppy some sick bastard punted across the room. Aina almost forgot it had just been a joke and nearly felt guilty. She really would have if Lionel didn't clench his chest and fall over in his chair, causing her to sputter with laughter. Laughing at my pain. Who did I wrong in my last life to have such a cruel girlfriend? Stop being so dramatic. I have fought him, he is indeed very powerful. If we had not lifted the curse, I would have lost to him without a doubt. There's a reason Valiant Heart had so much hope in him. Also, I'm not sure if I agree with you. From what Teacher Magneral said, there are multiple organizations vying for their territory. Whatever land was ceded would definitely have numerous hands wanting a piece, especially since this world is so rich in ores. Chaos is an opportunity, no? Usually yes. Lionel nodded. But if there's one thing humans are good at doing, it's forming in-groups and out-groups. This is a predominantly human part of the universe. What would happen if several organizations of humans converged to split resources, and there was a single race of people that didn't quite look like the others? Aina's hands paused. She looked over toward Lionel, who was playing with little Tali. After 2 years of not bonding with the little guy, unlike with little Blackstar who reaffirmed their connection practically instantaneously, Lionel had to put in some effort with little Tali. That said, Aina wasn't looking toward Lionel because of this. Rather, she looked over because those seemingly simple words he just spoke carried a wisdom that shocked her. After a while, she realized that maybe she shouldn't be so surprised. Lionel's understanding of human nature was so deep that he practically collapsed Valiant Heart Mountain with just a few casual moves. Maybe the irony in all of this was that he still couldn't perfectly read her. But that was less about him being unable to, and more about his love for her clouding his judgment. The Lionel that could so easily see what would happen to the Oryx should Valiant Heart lose, was the cold and calculating Lionel. No matter how he pretended, when it came to Aina, Lionel couldn't ever completely throw away all his emotions. At best he could suppress them. Lionel looked up from little Tali after realizing it had been a while since Aina said anything. When their gazes met, he blinked in confusion for a moment before grinning. What is it? Am I very handsome? Aina subconsciously nodded before she registered what she was doing. Lionel erupted into a fit of laughter when Aina froze. He hadn't laughed so hard in a long while. He realized at that moment that he was very happy. These simple, peaceful moments, sharing a kitchen with Aina, helping her with simple tasks and teasing one another. It made him forget about the burden on his back, albeit for just a moment. After hiding away her embarrassment, Aina couldn't help but agree with Lionel. If that's the way you're looking at it, then you're probably right. The clash between the Oryx and Valiant Heart is inevitable, though. Have you thought about Sail, Kayla and the others? Thinking of Sail, Lionel sighed. Sail had worked very hard. Much like Raylion, she wanted to see Valiant Heart thrive, but neither one of them truly took the correct steps. Still, if he was going to feel bad about crossing anyone, it wouldn't be Raylion. However, Sail was completely different. Though she had done a poor job, at the very least, she tried to help him. The current Lionel, though, had come to an understanding that sometimes emotion couldn't always dictate his actions. The same way he would have chosen Elther even if he could resurrect Rollin, was the same reason he would face off against Valiant Heart even if it meant slighting Sail. Seeing the look on Lionel's face, Aina seemed to understand something. So you've answered your grandfather's question? Aina had always avoided this question like the plague. She knew that Lionel was avoiding it, so she didn't want to be the one to bring up such horrible memories for him. But for some reason, she felt supremely confident now that there wouldn't be an issue. Lionel smiled. He has his path, and I have my own. There was a reason that Lionel didn't want to be an emperor. Despite the fact it sounded like the highest and most esteemed title, Lionel didn't believe it. To him, the title emperor only represented detachment and coldness. However, a king was different to Lionel. A king was a man of the people. He was a man who could make tough decisions and bear the weight of a nation, but he could also joke and smile with his men, his laughter bringing brightness to his lands. Lionel knew that one day he would have to clash with his grandfather. After awakening his lineage factor, he understood that the Fox family was inflicted with its own sort of curse. A matchup of an emperor versus a king. It would be a sight to behold indeed. Chapter 792. The next day, a large delivery of star core, refractive gold and blazing night ores was delivered to Lionel. By this point, Kayla and the others had already accumulated more than enough merits for Lionel to be able to trade for this much on his own. However, why spend it if he could save these merit points for something else? Lionel felt that this was more than enough to push his body to tier 9 of his metal body. Something Lionel had to thank the tablet for allowing him to accomplish. After sorting out the information the tablet had flooded him with, Lionel had come to a solid understanding of what it was and how it worked, though its origins were still a complete mystery to him. Lionel's conclusion was quite simple. The tablet seemed to be especially tied to life elemental force and dream elemental force. If Lionel had to describe it, he might even say that it was a combination of the two forces to create an even higher grade force he couldn't fathom. Unfortunately, this unnamed force was too elusive. And even if it wasn't, Lionel didn't have the life elemental affinity that would be needed to control it. This aside, Lionel felt that the force itself was less important in this context. What was important was the fact the tablet could produce it, and make of it to perform all sorts of amazing actions. The first and most obvious was resurrection. However, from Lionel's understanding, this wasn't an all-encompassing resurrection. Only spirits the tablet had accepted into itself could be allowed to be rebirthed. And even then it would only be once. Lionel wasn't sure how this worked or why the tablet had such rules to begin with. It almost seemed too arbitrary and lacking in sense. Why would someone be able to be resurrected once, but not a second time? And if Rollin, Elther and the others were real people, then why was it that the tablet could only resurrect them but not others? After some thinking, Lionel couldn't think of an answer to the first question. But he felt that he had a good guess for the second. A zone was essentially an instance of time folding in on itself. If left alone, it could cause a collapse of the present. However, there were a whole host of time loop problems that were introduced with this. For example, if Lionel went back in time like he did in the Jones Zone, which timeline was real? Was it that one he learned about in school? Or was the real version of events the one where his actions killed her? Using logic to try to explain these things was near impossible, and it was simply easier to accept that time in the dimensional verse was not linear. However, since it wasn't linear, what did that represent? If Lionel had to make a somewhat educated guess, he would pinpoint that the difference between people like Rollin and Joan, versus say himself or Aina, was that the former two had been plucked out of the normal laws of causality, whereas the latter two, although travelers to these past and future eras, were still fundamentally in the presence and thus still bound by it. Lionel wasn't certain if he had properly wrapped his mind around it. For instance, it might be better described as a twist or shift in causality rather than a dismissal of it. But the fundamental truth was that whatever laws of causality that applied to them did not apply to others. And it was this fundamental shift in causality that the tablet was able to take advantage of a loophole and to resurrect people. Having accepted this, Lionel found that it was easier to wrap his mind around, and gave him a deeper appreciation for the other abilities of the tablet. This led to the second ability, which was tied to loosening and undoing bottlenecks. Using this higher-level force, the tablet was able to clear away obstacles usually presented by a Bodhi's lack of maturity or slow adaptation. In exchange for the energies it liked to absorb, the tablet could open up bottlenecks for Lionel, thus making his future progress much quicker. It was the third ability, though, that made Lionel feel like the stars were aligning for him. Truthfully, this wasn't an actual ability of the tablet in the meaning that it was created for this purpose. Rather, it was Lionel's dreamscape that sparked and suddenly made a connection to another problem he hadn't had a solution to for years. Long ago, Lionel had learned about Little Black Star's fantastic ability to steal the powers of those he killed. The only shame about it was that the little guy could only take on one ability at a time for himself. The bright side of this had been the fact that Little Black Star could allow others to absorb these abilities as well. But with that came two severe downsides. The first was more manageable. Not every ability would result in an increase in strength. For example, if Lionel tried to absorb the ability of someone else with a Dream Force affinity, the likelihood was that he would get weaker and not stronger. Absorbing an ability required it to be compatible, for it to be of equal or higher strength, and for it to have a synergizing effect with your own. If not, it would be more of a detriment than anything else. The second downside, though, was crippling, so crippling that Lionel hadn't even considered using Little Black Star's ability in this way until now. When one absorbed the ability of the dead, a lingering personality or soul would remain behind, permanently changing one's disposition for a lifetime. However, the tablet was able to absorb this lingering soul, leaving behind nothing but the pure ability. Lionel exhaled a long breath, flames crackling between his teeth and lips. His eyes opened, a calm light within them as he stood and entered the lab setting. Not long later, he stood before two snow globes he had kept under lock and key, unwilling to take any risk with them at all. Within these snow globes, there were none other than Candle and Vice, the two savants that remained of Earth. Chapter 793. When Candle and Vice appeared, it was no surprise that both were shaken. The last time they had been in the world, they had been on the verge of dying, and even now, both were still severely wounded. Everything within the snow globe was frozen, even their thoughts. The good news was that they didn't experience any time passing, so they hadn't felt confined. But the bad news was that the moment they saw Lionel's face, they panicked and almost unleashed their strength once again. Fortunately, though, they had obviously had no improvement in the last 3 or so years, while Lionel himself was on a completely different level. Just a flicker of Lionel's pale violet eyes made the pair freeze, their bodies trembling beneath his presence. Lionel wasn't sure of the name of his fourth lineage factor, but he chose to call it King's Might. He didn't feel particularly bad picking out a name for himself either, because he was certain that his current lineage factor was a mutation, and not the same as any one of the originals it merged from. This lockdown effect was easy to use when there was a large difference between himself and his opponent. It was most effective when there was direct eye contact, though his released aura had a similar, albeit weaker effect. The main ability of this King's Might lineage factor was in its coercion. It seemed to add a mysterious force to Lionel's attacks, defenses, and actions that made them harder to deal with. It was almost like a universal boost similar to universal force, but this one was reliant on his King's Path. As expected, the greatest change Lionel experienced was in his domains, but he had yet to try this out in battle. Soon, realizing they couldn't move, Candle and Vice sat what they must have thought was still. But their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their lips quivering. Seeing them in such a state, Lionel sighed. When he came here, he had every intention of killing these two. In fact, he knew well that the smartest thing to do would be to do exactly this and hand their abilities over to someone he could value and trust. However, seeing them in such a state made his heart waver. Ultimately, much of Candle and Vice's issues weren't their fault. From a young age, they had been trapped in a cage all alone, unable to see or experience the outside world. Not for anything they had done, but rather for the small chance of what they might do in the future. Lionel couldn't imagine the loneliness they had experienced, the hardship and heartache they couldn't even explain without the experience or references to do so. Lionel could suddenly feel their fear almost innately, as though they were baring their souls to him. He could see the cold, harsh nights they had suffered. He could see the timidity they cultured within themselves as whatever semblance of personality they had was snuffed out. He could see them wondering if there even was an outside world to experience, thinking if this really was all there was to life. This must be a hidden ability of King's Might. The moment Lionel saw such scenes, he knew he couldn't kill them anymore. It was his own grandfather who had chosen to lock these children away, likely wanting to find a way to rear and control them in the future. If he took such a path, how different would he be from him? I don't always have to choose the least palatable decision. Lionel sighed. I'm sorry. Candle and Vice's gazes darted about. For a moment it seemed like they were trying to find out who Lionel was talking to, but their ability to read and pick up on social cues was too poor. Despite the fact Lionel was still gazing at them, it was like they were letting the logic of it being impossible for him to say such a thing override the reality that he had. Lionel smiled bitterly, releasing his hold on the two. Suddenly finding the invisible chains around their bodies loosened, the two savants weren't sure how to react. The result was them naively sitting in place, too afraid to move in case they were punished for it. Lionel gazed at them for a moment. He really wasn't sure what to do. He had come here with a purpose, but now he almost felt like it would be best if he simply put both back into the snow globes. When you chose to follow Lionel, what did he promise you? Lionel finally spoke these words. The two savants were taken off guard by the question and began to fidget. They were too worried to answer, not wanting to say the wrong thing. However, Lionel patiently waited, not saying a single word. He didn't want to influence them one way or another. Candle clasped her hands together, erratically rubbing her thumbs and biting at the inside of her cheeks. She kept throwing glances at Lionel as though she expected him to lash out. But after several moments, she realized that Lionel was simply waiting for them. She didn't know why, but Lionel's expression seemed pleasant. There was no harsh coldness in his eye. His lip was lightly curled, and his disposition was patient. Was that a smile? Her vocabulary wasn't very deep. The only reason she knew how to speak at all was due to the time before she was locked away, and from overhearing the guard speak. How long had it been since she saw a smile? Before she realized what was happening, Candle's gaze began to turn blurry with tears. She couldn't control them before they came out in an onslaught, drenching her cheeks and the gray prisoner uniform she still wore. Her breathing hiccuped, her chest heaving as she tried to fill her lungs with air to no avail. The harder she pushed, the harder she seemed to cry. He said. Candle's breathing hitched. He said, "We could see the outside world." Chapter 794. Lionel's heart softened even more so than usual. Candle was just a teenage girl. After having her age frozen, she was even younger than Lionel in comparison to before. At that moment, Lionel couldn't see her as anything other than a little girl. And likewise for Vice, he was just a little boy. Just their age alone made it difficult for Lionel to work up the courage to harm them. But their backstory made it even more difficult. Is that all you want? To see the outside world? Candle nodded up and down, her forearm trying to wipe her falling tears away. Vice's eyes turned red, seemingly caught up in Candle's emotions. But he simultaneously seemed quite detached from it all, almost as though he was just copying Candle rather than truly feeling the emotions she was. Lionel took note of all of this. He couldn't possibly expect that his pity would suddenly turn around and cause these two savants to become normal people. As cruel as his grandfather was, there was a reason they were locked up to begin with. Some psychopaths were good at imitating the emotions they saw around them, but lacked the empathy that came with it. Unfortunately for Vice, having been locked away since he was a child, he never properly built up his skill. Coupling that with how sharp Lionel's perception was to begin with, and he never really stood a chance of hiding it. Usually, this imitation ability of psychopaths didn't come naturally. It would be a lengthy process of being called out for their behavior that would eventually have them realize they needed to fit in more. Some would become so good at it that they would lean into their narcissistic traits and even begin to manipulate the people around them. At least this was the surface-level understanding Lionel had. He wasn't an expert by any stretch of the imagination. However, he did find that King's might allowed him to almost take a peek into a person's psyche. Lionel sighed internally. It seemed that Candle was still relatively normal, maybe with some increased sensitivity compared to normal people. But that could only be expected with her experiences. Vice, though, was a different story entirely. That said, not all psychopaths were evil mass murderers. In fact, the majority were not and could function in everyday society just fine despite the stigma attached to them. As for which one Vice was, the majority or the minority, only time would tell. Lionel made a decision. All right, I will let you see the outside world. But we have to make a deal first. Is that okay? Candle blinked away tears, looking up toward Lionel from her position on the floor beside Vice. Deal. Lionel smiled lightly, but he still felt that he was taking advantage of a child. Whether it was Candle or Vice, both had too little understanding of the world and the kind of life they were living. Having them make such a life-altering deal themselves wasn't the most ethical, but he had no choice. I will be honest with the two of you. With your power, you are very dangerous, maybe even more dangerous than any other existences in this world. Do you understand what I am saying? Candle's eyes dimmed. She felt that she had heard something like this before. However, I do not want to lock you up like others have. Though the likelihood that you will cross me is very high, I am willing to give you a chance to prove me and everyone else wrong. Candle blinked, a small light of hope brightening her gaze. I need 2 bodyguards. Lionel continued. With your power and talent, I have no doubt that you two would be an excellent choice. If you accept, you will be able to travel the world with me and see what the outside looks like. You'll grow by my side, and eventually there'll come a time where there won't be a single place you won't be able to step into. I'll protect the both of you like I would my own brother and sister, that I can promise you. What do you say? As expected, the 2 savants accepted Lionel's proposal. The truth was that Lionel had never expected them to say no. The power imbalance between the 2 parties was too large. And though they were a bit naive and slow, they weren't stupid. Lionel had purposely not mentioned what would happen had they rejected, but that didn't mean they couldn't piece 2 and 2 together. Even if Lionel didn't kill them, they might very well spend the next however long within the snow globe. Still, Lionel was greatly satisfied. If there were 2 people one had to choose to be bodyguards, 2 savants was already beyond anything most could match, but the combination of Candle and Vice was almost impossibly great. Vice had an exceptionally high spatial affinity. He had the ability to lock down space even to the point of freezing the movement of those several times more powerful than himself without much effort. At the moment, his ability was still within the 4th dimension, both due to a combination of him having barely gotten any chance to improve it, and having been sealed away for so long. Yet it was already so powerful that even the current Lionel didn't dare to underestimate it. If it wasn't for his domain, Lionel would have died to Vice's hands long ago. Then there was Candle. Vice's ability alone was excellent. But, when paired with Candle's, once they reached a certain level, Lionel would have a hard time believing that he could ever get hurt. Candle had the ability to reflect and multiply and attack back with her mirror ability. It was the ultimate defensive ability, and even the best Lionel had ever seen. He had even wanted to kill Candle and give this ability to one of his teammates who shared a strong defensive ability as well. As long as the 2 didn't betray him, Lionel would be almost impossible to kill by someone within range of their skills. But that was only as long as... Chapter 795. Coach. With a hint of grogginess, an older man with a thick mustache awoke, looking around with calm, narrowed eyes. When Coach Owen saw Lionel looking over him, he blinked. Son of a bitch. You died too, kid? And what the hell is with that hairdo? You look like a dyke. Lionel pinched the bridge of his nose. Whenever his coach had a sip to drink, all his political correctness went out the window. It was as though he didn't know you weren't allowed to say that kind of stuff. And apparently his almost dying had the same effect as a shot of whiskey. Lionel slapped his coach's chest, knocking a bit of wind out of his sails. Hey, what the hell are you doing, brat? Can't you see him lying here? If you're mad, go dye it black like a real man. Aina sputtered with laughter, unable to hold it back anymore. Ha! Coach Owen looked over. Well, at least the angels are beautiful. Lionel's expression darkened. Had this old man gone senile? Stop ogling my girlfriend, Coach, or else I'll throw you back in the snow globe. Coach Owen blinked, touching his chest. He seemed to finally register that though Lionel's slap had stung, for a man who should have been pierced through the chest, it hadn't hurt nearly enough. At first he thought that heaven just healed injuries. That made sense, right? But he felt as though his body was very much in the present and didn't feel any different at all. It was only then he understood that he must somehow still be alive. Though he couldn't understand how, he was a military man. Spending too much time harping on details wasn't his style. Instead, he looked over toward Aina. Hey, little girl. I just thought you should know that before you. This ungrateful brat spent at least 4 years pining over another little girl. He wouldn't shut up about it. Truly ridiculous. Make sure you protect yourself from his grubby hands. Never fall for a man with another woman on his mind. Lionel was speechless while Aina's laughter only grew. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her bell-like laughter from resonating across the room. What are you laughing about? Gramps here is only trying to give you some advice. This little twerp actually asked the same woman out more than 500 times, and still had the face to continue. Going on about some persistence nonsense. I almost sent him to the school board to be reviewed for sexual harassment. Aina finally couldn't take it anymore. She clenched her stomach, her abs aching from laughing so hard. There didn't seem to be enough air in the room for her to breathe. "Have you said enough yet, old man?" Lionel snapped. "Hey, what are you getting mad at me for? She's too beautiful for you anyway, brat. At the very least, she deserves a man with a better haircut. I thought I taught you better than this. That's Aina, damn it." "Ha." Coach Owen blinked, looking toward the laughing Aina once again. "You met a girl by the same name?" Lionel almost fainted. After a long while, Coach Owen finally dropped the senile act. Though it was a bit hard to accept that these Ainas were the same person, his ability to brush off the details of how things worked was still immaculate. "Ah, so you healed me. What a busybody. I was looking forward to finally having some rest." Lionel didn't know how to respond to this. This old man was really ungrateful. Who could possibly want to miss out on this era? "Spit it out already, brat. You've been tiptoeing around something ever since I woke up. You know I don't like it when people can't get to the point." Lionel's expression turned serious. "I need you to betray the Ascension Empire." Coach Owen froze before slowly looking up toward Lionel. "Okay, maybe that was a little too to the point. I take it back." Lionel's gaze met his coach's eyes, but he didn't back down. Coach Owen rubbed his forehead, grumbling. "You leave a brat to their own devices and suddenly they've become a little monster. You know, when I asked you to gain your own goals, I didn't also say to become suicidal." Though he said this, Coach Owen was inwardly grinning from ear to ear. This wasn't because he had some tragic backstory that made him want to harm the Ascension Empire. In fact, the Empire had always treated him well. What he was grinning about was the look in Lionel's eye. It was finally there. That fire that had been nothing but smoldering embers before. "Do you need to do this?" Coach Owen asked. "Yes. You could likely inherit the throne naturally if you just make your intentions known." Coach Owen replied seriously. "Your grandfather isn't as ramrod as you think he is. In a lot of ways he is very flexible and progressive. It won't be the same." Lionel didn't hesitate in his response. "And, if I understand that man well enough, then there is no way he will give up the throne because now he doesn't have to. His goal is the same as mine." Aina listened without breathing a word. She could feel how serious this was, and the fact that Lionel was speaking of this with her and Coach Owen here clearly illustrated that the two of them were the people he likely trusted the most in this world. Coach Owen met Lionel's eyes and released a puff of air. "All right. But I'm not suicidal, brat. If you don't have a solid plan of approach, I won't act and I will leave you hanging. I have a beautiful life to enjoy still, many women I have yet to taste, sights I've yet to see. I'm not dying for you." Lionel's lip twitched. Wasn't this old man just complaining about being revived? How had it suddenly gone from that to him not being suicidal? Chapter 796. It won't be anytime soon, coach. It's just that your province is without a doubt the best launching point. The only trouble is I don't really understand my grandfather's ability. If he has the world spirit, taking Earth from him will be difficult. At first Lionel thought that his grandfather was able to display such strength because of the world spirit. But now he wasn't so sure. In fact, he was almost certain that during the attack that wiped out the entire fleet of Shield Cross Stars members, not a single ounce of world force had been used. Lionel could be certain of this now, because he had experienced real world force during his battle against Alexander the Apex. After comparing and contrasting that strength, Lionel had come to understand that the energy he had felt that day wasn't like world force at all, and was much more like the energy of his king's might lineage factor with some obvious differences. Still, it was similar enough that Lionel was able to recognize it. Such a reality was indeed a scary prospect. How powerful, then, was his grandfather really? And how had he managed to grow to such a point? Lionel realized that his grandfather wasn't simple long ago. After all, he had known for a very long time that his grandfather, despite not knowing who he was, had had his mother with a woman from the Luxnix family. This family had a sixth-dimension lineage factor, and was as such most definitely at least in that realm. But now that he knew who his grandfather was, it only raised more questions. How had his grandfather managed to interact with such a person as a human of the third dimension? Was this related to why his own father was on Earth? And what about his mother? Was her disappearance related to matters of this story? Your grandfather doesn't have the world spirit. Your mother does. Lionel, who had practically been mumbling to himself, suddenly snapped his head upward. What? At first Lionel was shocked by the news, then the fact Coach Owen knew this at all. Then, Lionel remembered how much Coach Owen knew about himself, even down to the true origins of his father. If Lionel recalled correctly, Coach Owen had even commented on his father's vomit brew more than once before, clearly pointing towards something quite important about it in hindsight. In a lot of ways, knowing these things was just as if not more impressive than knowing his mother had the world spirit. Clearly, Coach Owen's standing on Earth was not small. Or, it could be that his relationship with his father was truly very close. Now Lionel realized he truly never had a chance at it. If his mother gained the world spirit even before he was born, how could he ever had a chance at a piece of it? And he was definitely not going to snatch it from the woman who gave birth to him. Lionel took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. It was fine, it just meant that he had no fate with Earth's world spirit. It didn't matter. He didn't need it. When Lionel recollected his focus, he spoke to his coach for an hour more before finally sending him back to Earth. You're insane. Lionel listened with a smile as Aina practically talked his ear off. Ever since he had revealed his plans to her, she had reacted like this. He didn't blame her. After all, they had gone from having the abode setting all to themselves to suddenly having to share it with two not particularly mentally stable people. At that moment, the couple walked hand in hand, soon reaching the depths of Founding Peak. Today was the day they were meant to set off for the gathering. Yet, while everyone else seemed tense, the two of them were still chatting as though the world wasn't collapsing around them. It's just called a calculated risk. Aina rolled her eyes. Candle and Vice were helping me in the kitchen yesterday, and do you know what happened? Lionel coughed awkwardly. The meal came out great? It did indeed come out great. He practically inhaled it all like he always did with Aina's cooking. She was simply too good, and was even getting better every day, something he hadn't thought would be possible. Aina gave him a sidelong glare. Candle was shocked by the beast corpse and ended up stabbing it with a knife a few dozen times before we even got a chance to clean the carcass. There was blood and guts everywhere. Lionel blinked innocently. Sounds like she did a good job tenderizing the meat. Aina's glare became sharper. That's just the start of it. I told Vice to boil some water. I even told him how much water to use, which pot to pick, and what temperature to put it on. But the moment the water started bubbling, he panicked and froze everything. No harm, no foul, right? Lionel forced a grin. Unfortunately, Aina's glare only became more intense. I shattered the spatial lock around myself on instinct, but that only made him panic more. He ended up sending the boiling water flying toward Candle. And of course, Candle reflected it back, making the scalding water go everywhere. Lionel coughed. He had been focusing on training and hadn't been anywhere near the kitchen. He knew that if something went wrong, Aina was more than strong enough to handle it, especially since the two savants had yet to properly mature. Usually boiling water wouldn't be an issue. After all, it was just 100 degrees Celsius. But that was only in the third dimension. The kind of water Aina was talking about now was the cleansing waters that ran all throughout the segmented cube. If it had been brought to boiling, it was practically bubbling lava. Did the steel table survive? Lionel asked. No. Aina replied shortly. All the food that had been on it fell to the ground too. You want a foot massage? Aina's harsh gaze vanished into a brilliant smile that seemed to illuminate the world around them. At least you know. Yes, ma'am. The two laughed, oblivious to the heavy atmosphere around them. Soon, they entered a clearing. Before them, the familiar youths they had gone into the Valiant Zone with came into view alongside a cohort of 5 elders, of which Lionel only recognized one, Head Hutchin. The others tried to hide it, but Lionel's senses were too sharp. Each and every one of them was more powerful than Head Hutchin, by a large margin. It seemed that Valiant Heart Mountain was going all out. For them, this was a matter of life and death. Chapter 797. Lionel sat in silent meditation, his legs crossed. To his side, Aina rested her cheek on his shoulder, her eyes in a peaceful state of closure. The ship they both sat within moved silently through the depths of space, but not a single person seemed apt to say a word. The silence weighed heavily and seemed to be anchored by the 4 elders that followed after Head Hutchin. Of course, there was another hidden layer beneath this. The youths that followed couldn't help but steal glances at Aina. But this time, it only had a small part to do with her beauty, especially since she wore her mask, covering her enchanting expression. Rather, the true reason behind their sporadic glances was because of a deeply ingrained inferiority that had been marked into their soul during their zone entry. Shockingly enough, though, there were even some youths who hadn't participated that had this same look in their eye. Valiant Heart had brought along a bit over 24 youths. The number that would survive this was unknown. But they all seemed to look toward Aina as though she was their light of hope. The truth of it all made Lionel's lip curl into a smile. It seemed that he had made an excellent choice in Queen. Though she tried to hide it, it had taken Aina a long recovery period to feel as though she could battle again. Maybe even now, she wasn't quite back to 100%. But with Lionel's support and help from her resources, she was quickly recovering. Unfortunately, Valiant Heart didn't have the luxury of pushing back the date any further. The result was a lot of their geniuses being stuck at about 70 to 80% recovered. In this sort of ironic situation, while all the youths looked toward Aina as their light of hope, Head Hutchin and the 4 mysterious elders who followed after him kept looking toward Lionel. The next 3 days seemed to be a constant state of silence. Other than food apparently prepared ahead of time by Magneral personally, there was no other break in it. Everyone seemed to be priming themselves for a life-and-death battle. It was on the 4th day that Lionel sensed the ship slow. It was only a fraction and was imperceptible to most. But it was more than enough for him to open his eyes, a dull glow shimmering within. Lionel suddenly felt his primitive instincts tingling at his nerves. It seems that this matter won't be as simple as I thought it would be. After awakening King's Might, Lionel was more sensitive in several facets, including this one. He immediately put up his guard, his heart pounding with a faint excitement. This was it. This would be the first of his steps toward his true goal. All his life, everyone had always told him that the moment he truly gained something he wanted to fight for, he would become a monster. It was about time he found out if this was true. With a flash, the ship appeared above a large planet. At a glance, Lionel could tell that it was easily 1,000-fold larger than Earth. Usually within the 3rd dimension, such a planet would be gaseous. But in what seemed to be the 5th dimension, its state was likely even a greater state of solid than even Earth itself. The planet was quite beautiful. From their vantage point, it was possible to see a swirl of several cloud formations, a radiant green and blue making it shine like a polished marble. However, beauty didn't always equate to safety. Those gorgeous swirls of clouds were all hurricane formations. The planet, despite its large size, was completely covered in just a handful of these massive storms, making one wonder just how violent they were. As expected, when the ship broke into the atmosphere, the harsh winds and natural death traps began to make their presence known. The vessel, which had been steady up until this point, began to rattle and quake, threatening to break apart into its many pieces. This is Planet Vincero. Head Hutchin's voice was like a sudden gunshot amidst an endlessly silent night. Though it was nowhere near as abrasive as a true fired shot, and was even quite soothing, after so many days of silence, it felt just as jarring. It is a world with a disaster rating of 2 stars. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He had learned about disaster ratings during his force crafting studies. This was because planets with great disaster ratings had difficult-to-reach resources, and were thus also great sources of food for metal spirits. Of course, disaster rating worlds were also mentioned by the overeating hazard chapter his father had left behind. Metal spirits that had lost their rationality were even known to swallow entire planets of this caliber, causing catastrophic events. This aside, a disaster rating of 1 star had death traps that could even swallow someone a half-step into the 5th dimension. A disaster of 2 stars could destroy someone even a half-step into the 6th dimension. It was safe to say that such a world wasn't just a little bit dangerous. The fact that the gathering was being held here. This world is the property of the neutral third party overseeing this event, and was chosen as a neutral site. There are some marked safe zones, one of which we will be landing on. Do not stray from these zones unless you want to forfeit your life. The ship continued to descend. Lionel's senses latched onto the hull, following its trajectory like a hawk. He very quickly realized that there was a planned route of descent, almost like how rockets back during Earth's 21st century had to re-enter the atmosphere at a specific angle to avoid burning up. But this technique was clearly most complex. The turbulence reached near disaster levels, but the vessel seemed to hold up well, not wavering. I will now explain how this gathering will work. Stay sharp. Understanding will decide your life and death. Chapter 798. Your battle over the next few days will be against both the terrain and the geniuses of other bronze organizations. The more victories you claim, the more protection Valiant Heart will gain. The first round will be a battle for placement. It will require your teamwork and strength. As for the details of this, it is unimportant for now. It will be best if you take in the terrain and circumstances yourselves over the next few hours. However, what I will explain is which enemies you will face. Head Hutchin didn't look toward the group of youths. From beginning to end, his eyes remained closed as though he was visualizing everything in his mind. It was difficult to tell just what he was thinking. There are 3 other bronze organizations competing in this gathering: Misty Woods, Rusted Blade, and Crimson Hall. Of these 3, Crimson Hall is the most murderous, Rusted Blade has the most offensive strength, and Misty Woods has the most mysterious and unpredictable methods. The head student of Misty Woods is known as Wissen Shothana. His ability is classified under the Energy Shield Ability Index, and has reached the misdirection stage. The head student of Rusted Blade is known as Rafthin Valith. His ability is classified under the Physical Strength Ability Index, and has reached the explosion stage. The head student of Crimson Hall is known as Emna Baysiran. Her ability is classified under the Blade Affinity Ability Index, and has reached the body as Blade stage. Lionel listened to all of this silently, slotting in these individuals into certain positions within his mind. The Energy Shield Ability Index was separated into partiality, misdirection, nullification, reflection, and amplification. This Wissen was at the second stage of 5. This allowed him to change the direction of attacks aimed for him, which was a step above partiality, which allowed for a percentage-based blocking of an attack, and a step below nullification, which negated attacks entirely. The Physical Strength Ability Index was among the most straightforward. It was separated into power, explosion, and pull. Though there were only 3 stages as far as Lionel knew, the separation between each was quite large. Those at explosion were quite rare, and were separated from those at the power stage by being able to implement their strength in an instant without any build-up. Finally, the Blade Affinity Ability Index was probably the most interesting. It was split into sense, feel, body as blade, union, and transcendence. Much like most 5th stages, transcendence could only be reached by savants. But body as blade allowed one to use close combat techniques, as though their every body part was another blade. Though Head Hutchin hadn't explained what star level these abilities were at, even if they were all at 3 stars within their individual stages, Lionel couldn't help but come to one conclusion: weak. The abilities weren't very unique or enigmatic. Sail's ability alone seemed to blow them out of the water. When Hephaestus and Raylion were added into the mix, such a group shouldn't stand a single chance. This realization made it difficult for Lionel to wrap his mind around where all this worry was coming from. Until that is, Head Hutchin spoke again. This information I have given you is what we've been able to gather over the last 2 decades. But everything seems to point toward it being outdated. There is also a good chance that these 3 have become nothing but puppet student heads, while the true powerhouses are covertly hidden within their shadows. All I can say is to remain alert. We are here. The rattling of the ship came to a sudden halt. Head Hutchin's eyes finally opened as he stood to his full height. He moved to the hull of the ship, his aura suddenly flashing. With a bang, the large doors of the ship suddenly swung open. The influx of wind threatened to throw them all from their seats. Even with Lionel's hair barely being about 2 to 3 inches in length now, it still whipped about furiously. The sound of blades sharpening resounded as the winds lashed out across Lionel's skin. He couldn't help but look down at himself, only to find shallow white marks being left all across his chest and torso. Since he was representing Valiant Heart, both he and Aina had no choice but to wear their official uniform, so his upper body was almost completely bare. And unlike everyone else who reacted with their foreskin, he had been confident in his Boda's defenses. Yet even then, this wind was still leaving marks as though he was being whipped. Plus, if he let things keep going like this, even if he would be fine, his pants would be torn to shreds. Lionel's eyes glowed a faint violet. At that moment, a subtle and imperceptible sheen spread across his body. The next blade of wind that whipped against him shattered and scattered into the air. Aina awoke, her cheek rising from Lionel's shoulder. "Student Aina Brazinger." Head Hutchins' voice suddenly spoke out. "From this moment on, you will be the head student of Valiant Hall." Whether by coincidence or design, everyone seemed to turn their attention toward Raylion. Yet they found nothing but indifference. There was not even a sign of a clenched fist or jaw. He simply rose from his seat. Aina blinked but didn't react with much more than a nod. Head Hutch and the 4 mysterious elders took the lead with every expectation that their new head student would take the lead of the others. Lionel smiled and bowed magnanimously toward Aina. "My esteemed head student, I will cross into the fires of hell to follow your lead." Aina rolled her eyes and blinked toward the hull's doors. Down below, an expanse of white fog was all that could be seen. If one was sharp, though, it was possible to make out that the ground was about 50 meters below. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the takeoff of a ship couldn't be guaranteed, so it could only be docked in the air where it was easier to maintain its lift. Without much hesitation, Aina leapt after the 5 elders. Chapter 799. Lionel fell from the skies rapidly, falling through the clouds at a gradually increasing pace. It should have probably felt quite refreshing to plunge through what was effectively a plume of mist like this. However, for most of the geniuses, it was impossible to enjoy this sensation with the whipping winds threatening to throw them off into the distance. Lionel, however, didn't seem to have this problem. The winds hardly tickled him, and he found the spritz of water quite invigorating. However, he didn't bask in this sensation for long as he had already focused on the figures below. Bang! Lionel landed heavily on the ground, his body causing no small amount of commotion. He didn't seem to care about breaking his fall in the slightest. And aside from a slight bending of his knees, he didn't seem to be affected by it at all. Aina descended to Lionel's side. She held the polearm of her battle axe in one hand, placing a foot in the hook of its blade at the same time. Controlled by some mysterious force, her descent was as gentle as a feather's and as graceful as a swan's. It would have been easy to believe that she was a delicate young lady if not for the size of her weapon. One after another, the youths descended from the skies. Sail used her petals, Raylion used his telekinesis, and Hephaestus rolled the moment he hit the ground, dispelling the impact with the deftness of a prowling creature. The 5 elders looked back toward Lionel, taking keen notice of the cracked stone beneath his feet. Even a strength-based ability user shouldn't have been able to do that. 50 meters in a 3rd-dimensional world, and a 5th-dimensional one were most definitely not created equal, and neither was stone capable of withstanding this sort of perpetual storm. Lionel didn't seem to notice their looks as a particularly naughty little mink hopped out from his spatial ring and onto his shoulders. Little Blackstar jumped to Lionel's head, his little nose wrinkling. Clearly he hadn't taken a liking to the atmosphere. Though his body glowed with the dark green of the ability he had stolen, he eventually abandoned using it entirely and simply entered his incorporeal form. Lionel smiled, scratching the little guy's head. It seemed that little Blackstar had outgrown the wind affinity ability he had snatched from the puppet master's lackey. In this sort of environment, it wasn't very helpful at all despite this being a wind-based disaster-rated world. It seems that the mighty Valiant Heart has finally decided to appear. Lionel looked up, only to find a man wearing a blade twice the height of his body on his back. The blade was almost 3 feet thick and had not a single spot on it that wasn't covered by a rustic, brownish-red rust. Though it had some taper to it, the blade edge itself was most definitely blunt, or at least it seemed to be. In any other setting, especially if it was set up alone, this would be quite a dignified weapon, albeit old and more of an antique. However, on the back of a man clearly 2 meters too short to be wielding it, it looked more comical than anything else. Lionel couldn't hold back a small laugh. Even though he rolled his lips over each other, holding the rest of it back, how could a fifth-dimensional existence miss such a thing? The man who was clearly from the Rusted Blade organization frowned, looking toward Lionel. But he couldn't quite figure out what was so funny. Still, he somehow felt irritated by the way Lionel avoided his gaze. Usually, a brat like that would dodge his eyes out of fear. But this was clearly something much different from that. In an atmosphere that had fallen silent after the man's taunt, Lionel's snicker was all too obvious. Several eyes all fell toward him at once. Even through the partial fog, who here wasn't an expert capable of dealing with such a minor matter. Lionel cleared his throat. Sorry. You were saying? Aina, who understood Lionel quite well, smiled beneath her mask. With his near obsession with cool outfits and uniforms, he was especially in tune with what was very much not cool. Carrying around a 4-meter-long sword that made you look like a walking crucifix? Definitely not cool. However, this was only the surface level. In a single action, Lionel seemed to dispel all the tension in the air. Whether on purpose or by coincidence of his charm, the youths following behind them all let out a collective breath, their backs standing just a bit straighter. Head Hutchin gave Lionel a deep look. They had been late on purpose. The ship had been filled to the brim with a healing agent that could be inhaled. They wanted to delay for as long as possible, so their youths could heal up as much as possible. Toward that end, they were willing to withstand just a bit more pressure. However, what Hutchin hadn't expected was for Lionel to deal with it all for them. Without a word, Hutchin turned toward the other groups. At the moment, they all stood on a tall stone pillar that was easily 500 meters across. There seemed to be ancient patterns etched into it that caused even the cracks Lionel had created with his fall to quickly mend. This pillar was the roof of one of the few bases the third party the 4 organizations had contracted had on this planet. However, it was very clear that no one was intent on entering this base. It seemed that the first round would start now. I think we can drop the pleasantries, correct? Hutchin said coolly. The man with the crucifix sword still felt irritated for reasons he couldn't even explain. It was clear that no one had ever laughed at his sword before, so how could he possibly guess that that was what Lionel found to be so ridiculous? Before he realized what was happening, Hutchin had already taken control of the narrative and was forcing things forward. The man's expression darkened, but he could only let it slide after sweeping a dark glance toward Lionel. The rules for the first round will be as we've agreed upon. As for the later rounds, they will be handled by our trusted third party. An older woman who seemed to already have a foot in the grave spoke up from the side of Misty Woods. The youths who cannot pass this round won't be allowed to participate when it really counts. You can each choose 3 seeded geniuses to skip this. Hutchin didn't flinch at these requirements. Aina, Raelion, Sail, you 3 will be seated. Hutchin waited for the other 3 organizations to call out their own seated geniuses, but none of them spoke a single word. The elders of Valiant Heart all narrowed their eyes. They could all see the head students Hutchin had mentioned earlier amongst their crowd of geniuses. Yet, none of them were called out. The wrinkled older woman smiled. You do not need to worry, our seated geniuses have already been chosen and set aside. Chapter 800. At this point, there was nothing that Hutchin could do. The 3 organizations hadn't broken any of the rules. There was nothing that said they couldn't hide their seated geniuses. Valiant Heart would have tried to do the same thing if it wasn't for the fact the last 2 years exposed all of their cards to their enemies. It could be said that right now, the only true trump card they had was Lionel. Ai, how embarrassing. I'm not even seated. Lionel chuckled lightly, his expression still carefree. Stretching out his back, Lionel's bare toes curled along the stone floor. For a moment, It even seemed as though he would tip over and fall. Yet he was able to snap back up like a rubber band, his body feeling light and springy. In these 2 years, Lionel had never stopped training his flexibility. But now that he had reached Tier 9 of his metal body, it was likely that he would need a new yog-like technique quite soon. Head Hutchin turned back to the group. Seeing Lionel's casual appearance, he somehow felt a bit of worry drop from his heart. "You all have to be careful." Hutchin spoke, his tone solemn. "We won't be able to interfere in this round, even if you should lose your lives, so you must take care of yourselves and each other. This round will be both a race and a competition. Do you see those thinner pillars in the distance?" Everyone looked off toward Hutchin's gaze. There, through the harsh winds and dense fog, they could see a number of thin pillars that were exceptionally tall, some even taller than this roof they stood upon, but only about 2 feet across. In these hurricane-force winds, these tall pillars waved back and forth. Given their height, it was only an incremental movement relatively speaking, showing off a level of great engineering. However, due to their narrow thickness, it felt like a great distance nonetheless. The sturdiest of the pillars had a movement radius of 1 meter for a full range of 2 meters in any of the cardinal directions. The most flimsy, though, had a movement radius of upwards of 5 meters for a full range of 10. The pillars bounced back and forth from their limits so quickly that they left blurry afterimages in the air. It was a speed even someone nearing the 5th dimension wouldn't be easily able to deal with. Seeing such a scene, the youth suddenly got a bad feeling. Those pillars are the best transportation option planet Vincero has outside of flying shuttles. They're structured with several valuable ores, so it isn't necessary to worry about them snapping. But their movement is an inevitable part of their design. If they were too rigid, they would snap. Your task is to use those pillars toward a destination marked 10 kilometers from here. There is both a time limit and a ranking requirement. Only 20 of you will be allowed to move on to the next round, and you must reach the end destination within an hour. Do you understand? Hutchin gave the youths all a deep look. But not a single one of them didn't have a serious expression on. It was clear that they weren't failing to take this seriously. They had already seen through the unwritten rules. This was most definitely not a simple race. Lionel took in Hutchin's words and looked back toward the waving pillars. What a fascinating craft. Usually, if a construction was oscillating so quickly, it would only be a matter of time before it reached its limit. It's clear that these pillars aren't simple. But I guess a 2-star disaster world is worth the investment. The participating youths began to gather. It was then that the unfairness of it all became quite obvious. With so many participating youths from the other organizations, many of whom were clearly here just to fill in the numbers, the problem of jostling for position became very obvious, very quickly. Though there were more than enough pillars, the real question was whether there was enough in the particular direction they needed to go. And the answer to that was obviously no. This was the headquarters of the third party they had enlisted the help of, so of course there would be plenty of pillars in the immediate surroundings. But they would definitely split off into numerous paths and become sparse very quickly. And yet, there were over 200 youths participating, and only about 20 of them were from Valiant Hall. The bloodthirst in the air was practically palpable. "Milady, please give me the honor of introducing myself." At that moment, the somber atmosphere filled with mostly murmurings was cut by a booming voice. A young man with a tall rusted blade on his back, just 1 meter short of his heads, practically glided over to Aina's position on a single knee. He had a hand placed over his heart, and the other rose off to the side and into the skies as though he was bearing his heart and soul. He truly looked as though he had been copied and pasted out of a romantic comedy. His looks weren't bad either, and could even be considered to be quite handsome. He had a strong jaw, partially wet jet black hair and sparkling green eyes. On top of that, his body was well built. Given his strength, he definitely had many suitors amongst women. Having seen Aina's figure from a distance, even with the mask she wore, he had long since decided that he would have to have a chat with her. But waiting until the race was over would be too boring. He had to make his confidence known. Lionel, who was watching this scene from beside Aina, raised an eyebrow. However, the amused light in his eye didn't fade. "I am Rafthin, head student of the esteemed Rusted Blade." I would like to dedicate this race to this lovely lady for all to see. I will claim first place as a professing of my heart and soul. Chapter 801. Aina looked down toward the kneeling Rafthin, then toward Lionel. By now, wouldn't Lionel have done something? So why was he just standing there holding back a laugh? In these last couple years, Aina had gotten better at controlling her coercion to the point that it no longer leaked without her direction. So that sort of primal desire everyone had when they looked at her was no longer there. Unfortunately, there was only so much she could do aside from this. Even if she covered her face, the annoyances would come. She hadn't had to deal with such things in the last 2 years, but it seemed that she would have to get used to it now. That said, there was quite a simple answer to all of this. Aina's hand flashed to the side and caught Lionel's arms, subtly pinching his skin as though blaming him for not doing something. Rafthin's expression froze. His mouth half open as he had been prepared to give another long spiel. His head slowly turned toward Lionel, but all he received in return for his glare was a shrug and an almost sheepish smile. Better luck next time. In the distance, the head of Rusted Blade's expression darkened. Rafthin was truly not a bad student, but his understanding of timing and place had always been off. Had he done this after the first round, there wouldn't have been an issue. But to be embarrassed in such a fashion before it even began would only dampen the mood of the others even more. At least maybe now he'll actually take this seriously. How ridiculous. Rafthin rose from his knee, patting it until it was free of dust. Without a word, as though nothing had happened, he strolled off into the distance. Emna, my beautiful future wife. Lionel really didn't know what to say to this. But, as the saying went, you miss 100% of the shots you didn't take. It seemed that Rafthin had taken this philosophy to heart. Lionel swept a gaze over Emna. She was a beauty with overly pale skin and short-cut black hair. All over her body, sheathed daggers could be found. Just from a cursory glance, Lionel was able to pick out over a dozen tied to her small frame. It was obvious that there were many more in some definitely less than obvious places. Of course, Lionel hadn't looked toward her to compare her to Aina. Rather, Emna should be the name of the head student of Crimson Hall. With another sweep of his gaze, Lionel managed to pick out Wiss-san, who should be the head student of Misty Woods. He was quite an obscure and low-key character. A bit chubby and even wearing glasses. He was definitely not the first look one would have in mind for a head student. However, Lionel was still able to pick him out based on his strength and the subtle atmosphere of those in his immediate surroundings. I guess that's enough reconnaissance. About time this starts, right? Be careful. Lionel paused mid-movement, looking back toward Aina with a raised eyebrow. She wouldn't usually say such a thing when he was clearly up against inferior competition. Yet, she had said it anyway. He looked into her eyes and nodded, a light smile spreading across his face. At that moment, the elders moved. One of the mysterious 4 from Valiant Hall along with 3 others, one from each of the organizations, dashed forward, sprinting along the waving pillars as though it was flat ground before disappearing into the distance. The youths remained jostling for position, waiting for the elders to reach the target destination, just over 10 kilometers away. Anxiety filled the hearts of the Valiant Hall students. It felt as though they were surrounded from all sides by hordes of enemies, nearly outnumbered 10 to 1. It was then that Lionel slowly strolled into the backline, not even attempting to push for a frontline position like the others. Looking off to the side, he made eye contact with Hephaestus. Hephaestus' glance was quite placid. But when he noticed that Lionel looked toward his twin daggers again and shook his head, he felt a spark of rage that he immediately calmed. He's not the enemy right now. There are bigger fish to fry. Hephaestus looked away, a bestial aura wafting out from his body. His limbs seemed to lengthen, his pupils turning into slits. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Ho ho, how mature of you. Lionel smiled more brightly. If they all accepted that their enemy wasn't each other, then this would be easy. Since you've made such a smart decision, I don't mind helping all of you pass. Lionel's palm flipped over, causing a jet black spear to appear. Chains hung all over its dark body, whipping about as the harsh winds lashed against it. Begin. A booming voice came from the rusted blade head. But before anyone could react, a massive pair of white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back. As though a leaf blowing in the wind, Lionel, who had been behind them all, shot past the entire group, his foot landing on the first pillar before anyone had even stepped off of the roof. Lionel's body waved about, swaying from side to side along with a narrow pillar. His face was the picture of calm and composure. For some reason, even without him saying a word, those at the very front came to a grinding halt, their rising feet freezing mid-air before they could even take a step forward. An eerie silence filled by the sounds of howling winds filled the space, leaving many at a loss for what to do. There were easily hundreds of other pillars to jump to, all of which could be used to wrap around Lionel. So why did it feel like no matter which one they picked, it would be a death sentence? Alright everyone, we're going to have a very simple exercise. Lionel smiled lightly. The game is pretty simple, even a toddler could follow the rules, I promise. If you're from Valiant Heart Mountain, it's safe sailing ahead. If you're not from Valiant Heart Mountain, it's not. Simple enough, right? Chapter 802. A stunned silence hung over the surroundings. If it wasn't for the howling winds, there wouldn't have been any sound at all. Surprisingly, it was Hephaestus who broke this silence. He sprung forward, landing on the pillar by Lionel. In truth, he half expected to be attacked, but all he received was a grin in return. That was the only sign he needed to shoot forward, his body displaying an agility and flexibility most couldn't match. This change seemed to shake the other three organizations out of the stupor. What had this young man just said? Who did he think he was? The three organization heads all looked toward Hutchin at once, frowns deeply etched on their faces. To this point, there had been a subtle centering of the past events that all seemed to revolve around this young man. From the snicker in the beginning to this point, everything seemed to point toward him. Yet they hadn't noticed until this moment. Hutchin didn't say a word, nor did his face give away any emotion. Of the three organization head, the last was a middle-aged man from Misty Woods. His eyes seemed to sparkle with something imperceptible as he gazed from Hutchin to Lionel and back again. What are you all waiting for? There are over 100 of you and only one of him. Did we waste all the resources we spent on you? Hutchin frowned the moment he heard these words. But coaching from the sidelines also wasn't against the rules, especially since it seemed as though the race hadn't even truly started yet. A flash of determination crossed the faces of the youths who led the pack, a tinge of rage coloring their gazes. That was right. What did they have to fear? Lionel's light smile didn't fade. His wrist flexed, his jet-black spear following an elegant arc. A surge of at least a dozen dove forward, all of them aiming for a separate pole from Lionel. Well, I tried to warn you. Chain domain. Clang, clang, clang. In that moment, it seemed as though the world was enveloped in black. Whether it was by coincidence or on purpose, even the elders couldn't move out of the way. In the blink of an eye, a world of darkness and whipping chains covered a more than 500-meter radius. Before they could react, all dozen youths who stepped forward found themselves wrapped from head to toe, their bodies frozen in space and a look of twisting pain on their faces. Screams filled the skies as they struggled against the chains. Whatever defiance they had vanished in an instant. Fear coloring their features as they realized the only thing keeping them suspended in the skies was Lionel's will. The moment he no longer felt that it was necessary, they would plunge to their inevitable deaths below. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Lionel looked down toward the seemingly endless abyss below. These pillars were so high up for a reason. They were purposely built at a height where the atmosphere was sparse, leaving the perpetual hurricanes with less substance to work with. It could be said that this was the safest location on the entire planet. What was most fearsome wasn't the several dozen kilometer drop below, because with their strength, it was impossible that they'd make it all the way to the bottom. Before they could even make it a few hundred meters, they would be shredded to pieces by the violent winds. At that moment, a small group of 3 individuals leapt into the storm, but Lionel pretended as though he hadn't seen them at all. It was clear to everyone that they were members of Valiant Heart. Thank you. Lionel smiled when he heard this, nodding lightly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to protect them like this later, so he might as well do the best he could now. In the past, his domains could only stretch out about 10 meters, even less within a fifth-dimensional world, unless he fueled it with universal force. But at this moment, not only was Lionel not using universal force, but his range was already 50 times greater. This was the benefit of King's might. It was then that the sickening sound of bones snapping sounded. The dozen figures that hung in the air at Lionel's whim screamed out in pain, their bodies shivering uncontrollably as they were thrown back to the pillar. Consider this a warning. Lionel spoke lightly. I might not be so nice next time. Another group of valiant Heart Mountain members shot forward. No one dared to stop them. If Lionel could so easily deal with them crossing into the air, given the range of his odd domain, just how hard would it be to stop them from interfering? It was when the fourth group gathered the courage to move forward that a voice called out. By this point, the three organization heads were popping blood vessels. Of all the ways they had expected things to go, this was most definitely not one of them. And to make matters worse, it almost felt like a slap to their faces that Lionel's domain covered them as well. It was as though he actually dared to give them, as mighty fifth-dimensional existences, a warning. Luckily, Wissem stepped forward. Don't you think that this is a bit too far? He pushed up his glasses, his chubby body weaving through the crowd until he stood at the very edge of the pillar's roof. Lionel's smile didn't fade as he looked Wissem up and down. Rather than rebutting, he asked a simple question. And what wouldn't be too far in your opinion? That would be allowing the race to continue as designed, of course. Lionel nodded. Well, I disagree. Wissem expected Lionel to say something else after this, but he simply stood there, waving about on his pillar with a smile on his face. At that moment, a chuckle came from Wissem's back before a light slap landed on his shoulder. It seems you finally lost a war of words, Wissem. I always told you that shit doesn't matter. All that does is whether my blade is bigger than yours. What do you say, Emna? How about we have some fun? If we wait any longer, I won't be able to be first anymore. Chapter 803. Emna didn't respond, just the same as always. Instead, she immediately took action. From within the midst of the group, she tore a path through the air, seemingly not worried about getting caught up by Lionel's chains. Lionel's brow raised. Since he had gained his chain domain, this was the first time anyone had so confidently seen through its deficiencies. He had to say, for Emna to accomplish this with just a single look and a moment of observation was impressive. I wonder, could I have her as one of my generals too? If others knew what Lionel was thinking, they'd rightfully label him a madman. Was this really the situation to be thinking about such things? As Lionel was lost in thought, Emna had already crossed half the distance. It wasn't until then that he sprung into action, his chains suddenly lashing out at her. But as expected, Emna reacted quickly. Two daggers seemed to almost magically appear in her hands. She twisted in the air, hooking the tips of her blades into the links of the chains, and using them as anchors to send herself flying forward at an even faster speed. There was no doubt that her agility and flexibility were both off the charts. Beyond this, her judgment, senses, decisiveness and reaction time were all impeccable. The more Lionel observed, the more he wanted her. Emna had definitely seen through the weakness of his chain domain. At any given time, most of the domain was made up of a net of illusory chains that could manifest into a true physical form at any time. However, could was the operative word. It took energy to facilitate this change, firstly. And secondly, chains didn't manifest out of thin air. This meant that the only chains that could manifest and lash out were ones that could already be seen. The third weakness was one only those with incredible senses would pick up on. There was a shift in the energy around the chains that would manifest, allowing one to pick out which would gain physical form long before it happened. It was clear that Emna had already pinpointed each and every one of these weaknesses, and was even using it to her advantage. Interesting. Lionel's spear spun in his hand, expertly blocking Emna's strike. The shortest distance between 2 points will always be a straight line. Unless you can somehow attack from 2 points more than 2 meters apart simultaneously, I'll always be able to block your 2 daggers with a spin of my spear. And now, You also don't have any footing left, and I definitely won't manifest any more chains for you. So what will you do? Rather than having these thoughts as a form of a taunt, Lionel's eyes shone as though he was testing someone, almost like he was giving a job interview rather than fighting a life or death battle. The pillar Lionel stood on was just 2 feet wide, and it was still in the process of whipping back and forth in the wind. There was definitely no space for another person to step onto it. And even if there was, why would Lionel allow that? Emna, though, dealt with this issue without a single shred of awkwardness. Using the momentum of her failed strike, she dove backward, agilely landing on a pillar 10 meters to Lionel's right. Lionel's eyes glowed. She already had her escape plan mapped out from the very beginning. She struck with her left dagger far heavier than her right, forcing me to compensate for the power imbalance. Using that momentum, she leapt backward, confident that I wouldn't be able to block her in time. Lionel had obviously moved most of his illusory chains before him to compensate for the large mass of enemies he was facing, leaving Emna with more than enough gaps to shoot through on his right. Lionel's gaze seemed to be lit with a fire as he scanned Emna up and down. For some reason, despite having dealt with Rafthen's ogling for much of her life, Emna felt particularly uncomfortable at this moment. It was as though she was stark naked before Lionel, and there was nothing she could do to cover up. Hey! Lionel suddenly called out, startling Emna for some reason. I want you to become one of my generals, what do you say? Emna was completely startled, her face flushing. One would have thought that Lionel had asked her to follow him into bed. Aina's expression became a bit weird in the distance, though no one could see it beneath her mask. Could this count as sexual harassment too? Well, this probably isn't the best time to ask. You don't say. Everyone seemed to be of one thought at this moment despite having stood on opposite sides before. But think about it. If you accept, I'll make you as many quasi-bronze daggers as you can handle. Emna and the others were completely speechless. What nonsense was this man talking about? It was only those of valiant heart that understood Lionel wasn't bluffing at all. Are you flirting with my woman? Rafthen snapped. Damn it. This selfish bastard wants to hog all the beauties. Let's go, Wissan. Rafthen shot forward, unsheathing his massive 3-meter-long rusted blade. Compared to Emna's approach, his own was far different. A blazing universal force shot around him, the illusory images of a 2-season dichotomy forming. On one side, there was the harsh reality of winter. On the other, there was the beaming heat of summer. This was the 5th weakness of Lionel's chain domain. The 4th was the split moment it took for the chains to manifest from their illusory form. As for this 5th, it was that this time could be even further slowed and even completely halted under the influence of certain forces, among which were the forces of the 4 Seasons realm. Lionel's wrist flickered once again, the aura of his spear suddenly unleashing. At that moment, the presence of a quasi-bronze spear made itself known. Lionel grinned. These 3 head students shouldn't be far from Raylion in strength, otherwise they wouldn't be able to share a title with him. Though Raylion no longer held it. Lionel was quite eager to see the depths of their strength. Chapter 804. A resounding clang reverberated across the battlefield as Rafthen's rusted blade met Lionel's spear. To the former's surprise, Lionel met him head-on without much issue, the chains of the spear suddenly lashing out to wrap around his broadsword. Rafthen quickly tried to retreat, but Lionel had reacted too fast. Though he managed to pull back before the chains could wrap all the way around, the momentum he lost from freeing himself left him far short of the pillar he was aiming for. Rafthen plummeted down from the skies. It seemed for a moment that just like this, his life would be forfeit. But it was then that what looked like an energy platform appeared beneath his feet, saving him from his fall, and allowing him to jump back to one of the pillars. Lionel raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto Wissan in the distance. An energy shield ability could be used with such flexibility, HM? His range is also not bad at all. Energies of clashing hot and cold reverberated around Lionel, the lingering impact of Rafthen's strike persisting. But the harsh pulling and pushing force didn't seem to impact Lionel very much. Attack together, Wissan said. I will cover you. Emna and Rafthin took the hint. And judging by their demeanors, it was clear that they were very much serious this time. Lionel smiled for a moment before his gaze turned an eerie cold for the first time since the battle began. The temperature seemed to plummet and the energy stilled. Even the howling winds slowed by a measure, all sounds seemingly vanishing. Bright white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back once again. A surge of winds picking up around his feet as he shot forward, missing Emna's pincer from the side and clashing with Rafthin in the air. His spear skimmed across the flat of Rafthin's blade. The latter, who had been expecting another clash of strength, felt as though he was swinging against air. This should have been the perfect opportunity. With Wissand's support and Lionel's lack of the same, the result should have been obvious. The battle should have been decided the moment Lionel was foolish enough to leave his pillar. However, was Lionel really such a fool? Lionel slid by Rafthin in the air, rapping to his back in a single motion. Kicking out with his leg, he both used Rafthin as leverage to gather up his momentum once again, and send him tumbling down toward the harsher winds below at a faster speed. Wissand's pupils contracted as he realized Lionel's target was himself from the very beginning. But the question was, would he protect himself by placing several shields between him and Lionel to prevent the latter from reaching him? Or would he save Rafthin? Wissand's expression changed. The speed Rafthin was suddenly falling through the air was too fast. It didn't even give him much time to think about it all. Not only would Rafthin soon be out of his range, but even if he managed to stay within his range, the harsh winds would put a lot of pressure on his energy shields. There was no telling if they would last long enough to help Rafthin out. Damn it. Wissand's visage warped. He was so used to being calm and collected, but it felt as though a single move had already driven him into a corner. Aren't you supposed to be a battle expert? How did you lose so thoroughly in a single exchange? If it wasn't for Rafthin being so easily handled, none of this would have happened. What Wissand didn't know, though, was that if every battle had to be decided in a single exchange, the last person you wanted to fight would be Lionel. The fact that Rafthin was in the air and couldn't easily change his attack method only sealed his fate all the more. In these last 2 years, Lionel's dream simulations had practically reached a point of perfection in the 4th dimension. Now that his mind was in the 5th dimension, the gap was even more exaggerated. It was then that Wissand met Lionel's cold eyes through the air, his body involuntarily freezing. Those eyes. Could they even be considered human? Wissand forgot to act, hardly realizing it when Lionel had already stepped before him, his spear swinging outward. Even though Wissand was at the very edge of the largest pillar, a place that should have been plenty secure, he still felt as though he was quickly falling into an abyssal hell. The pressure Lionel exuded was the likes of which he had never seen before. He could see endless bloody battlefields and a blade that carved through them all with a cold, calm precision. The weight of everything Lionel had experienced bore down on his soul, sinking him beneath waves of despair, horror, and pain. His knees collapsed, his eyes rolling back. A sickly paleness took over his skin, the chubbiness of his cheeks trembling as he sunk to the ground. Lionel's spear didn't even get to land before it came to a grinding halt. His cold eyes flickered for a moment, regaining some humanity. He looked at Wissand kneeling before him, his mouth bubbling with saliva, his nose running, and tears streaking down his face. According to his simulation, he would defeat Wissand in 3 exchanges. By then, he predicted Emna would do something to save Rafthin, but their precarious position would quickly lead to their defeat as well. But now, Wissand had collapsed before he could even do anything, resulting in Emna still diving through the air to catch Rafthin. If he wanted, he could kill them both right this very moment, and it wouldn't even be very difficult. Clearly, even the thoughtful and meticulous Emna hadn't expected Wissand to simply collapse just like this. The area around Wissand cleared out, no one wanting to travel too closely to Lionel for fear that he would kill them all. A heavy silence hung overhead, one even the perpetrator himself hadn't quite expected. Chapter 805. Seems this Wissand has quite a weak mind. Lionel thought. This was the best explanation. Though to be fair to Wissand, He was the first person Lionel had truly made eye contact like that with after awakening his king's might. But Lionel still believed his analysis wasn't very far off. It was clear that King's might amplified more than just Lionel's attack and defense. In fact, the amplification of his presence and aura was probably stronger than the amplification to anything else. If this wasn't true, the result wouldn't have been so exaggerated. I wonder, then, what would happen if I stopped using King's might passively on my chain domain and used it actively? Would the change be greater than just an increase in range and size along with a lowering of the energy requirements? Lionel turned his head back toward Emna and Rafthin. As expected, Emna had jumped through the air and caught Rafthin. Using a dagger attached to a chain, she shot it toward a distant pillar and began to swing her way over. It would truly be too easy for Lionel to deal with them. Lionel reached a hand out, causing the expressions of the three organization heads to change. But they couldn't even make a move without Hutchin, the three remaining elders, and even Aina herself glaring toward them all at once. Their expressions warped when they saw that even a little girl dared to do such a thing to them. But by then, it was already too late. Stuck in the air and unable to change her trajectory, both Emna and Rafthin were bound in chains from all sides, only to be carried over Lionel. Lionel separated the two of them into two separate chain bundles, then broke all of Rafthin's limbs without much remorse. As far as he was concerned, this was already mercy. Even if he was more bloodthirsty, Lionel understood that it would be foolish to kill these three. The reality was that this gathering was only taking place because these three organizations believed that they could win. If it came down to it, Lionel was certain that they would simply ignore all the restrictions and attack Valiant Heart the normal way. For now, they were simply unwilling to pay the cost and chose this cheaper path. But if Lionel pushed them too far, they just might drop all pretenses ahead of schedule, and that wouldn't be very good for him. Lionel hoped for Valiant Heart's sake that they had a plan to deal with this, because even if Aina and he helped them to win this, there was no way that things would end so simply. Emna braced herself, ready to grit her teeth through her own limbs being shattered. But why would Lionel harm someone he was trying to recruit? He simply left her suspended in the air, and turned his head toward the remaining Valiant Heart members who had still yet to move. Well, aren't you guys going to go? Snapping out of their stupor, the remaining group jumped forward, disappearing over the horizon. Lionel's smile returned, his demeanor once again carefree. Well, I guess it's time for me to go as well. Lionel dropped Emna to the ground and shot forward. Even as he disappeared in the distance and the chain domain was no longer a threat, no one dared to move, and even the elders didn't bother to force them to. Lionel passed by numerous Valiant Heart members. Though he didn't particularly care about his placement, there were only 20 spots but more than 20 Valiant Heart Mountain students. He didn't really have much of a choice but to pass them by if he wanted to participate in the next rounds. Of course, Lionel didn't take this gathering seriously, because he knew what would happen even if they won. But he was still curious about many things. For one, this mysterious third party everyone kept mentioning that had still not shown up. He was also curious about the seeded geniuses the organizations were hiding. Wiss-san, Emna and Rafthin were actually quite powerful. It was just that Lionel was uniquely suited to battling in strenuous environments because of his ability to use it to his advantage. The best chance someone would have at beating him was on as neutral a ground as possible. To make matters worse, their teamwork wasn't very great. Without Wiss-san's hesitation, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Lionel was curious, then, about what geniuses the organization would actually place above them. Not long later, Lionel made it to the destination with about 10 having reached before him. At that moment, the mysterious elder of Valiant Heart had a rare smile on his face while the others sported ugly expressions. Many looked toward Lionel, their eyes filled with a mixture of emotions, but he only grinned back casually. The inside of the pillar could only be described as luxurious. Delicate arrangements, precious metal fixtures, maids, butlers and servants as far as the eye could see. The group of students was quite in awe of such things, but they understood that this made sense. It might have been hard labor to work a 2-star disaster world, but one had to be powerful to survive. These weren't normal miners working here. These were powerful mercenaries, often with strength well into the fifth dimension, working for high-end salaries. It only made sense that they would be treated appropriately. Though it was the first time Lionel had seen such a luxurious labor force, he too was quickly able to accept it. It seemed that whatever third party the organizations had commissioned was quite well off. But they would have to be to dare to step into the business of such powerful bronze organizations. They would, at the very least, have to be infinitely close to becoming a silver organization to take such a task on. It was clear that they were very confident in themselves. It was upon entering a wide lounge area that Lionel suddenly understood where his bad feeling just might have been coming from. His mind flashed back to memories of a fat merchant with jingling jewelry and chains as his eyes narrowed. Above, a large, magnificent sign shimmered with all sorts of splendor. Milky Way Guild. Chapter 806. Is my luck really that bad? Lionel smiled bitterly. The issue with the Milky Way Guild obviously wasn't that Lionel was an enemy of them, but rather in what they might or might not know. Lionel was certain that the fat, jeweled man was among the lowest-ranking members of the guild. He might even be selfish enough to keep the information to himself in hopes of making it rich on his own. But the issue was that this was only the best-case scenario. In the worst case, well, Lionel might as well start picking out his casket now. In this time, he had pretty much ignored the threat of Shield Cross stars. But that was only because right after those events happened, his talk with his grandfather took up the vast majority of his mind. He simply didn't care about Shield Cross stars because his thoughts were focused on something completely different. Now that Lionel was quite confident in the response he would give to his grandfather, he suddenly remembered just how big of a deal being a wanted criminal of Shield Cross stars was. If it wasn't for the structure of this police force and the approach Scythe and Anared's fiancé had taken, it could be said that Lionel would already be finished. Really such bad luck? Lionel shook his head. Ana, who was standing right beside Lionel, didn't need him to explain what the problem was. The moment she saw him pause and felt the shift in his emotions, she connected the dots. She had been there when they met the fat merchant, and definitely knew that the fat merchant had still been on Earth when Lionel's face was projected to everyone. It was quite funny too. Had Lionel not dropped White City onto Earth, the fat merchant might have never known. But who knew how many other Milky Way Guild merchants there might have been at the time? As for where this fat merchant was now, neither of them had any way of knowing. But at this point, she knew to brace for the worst. Ana's grip on Lionel's hand involuntarily tightened. Lionel looked over and smiled, the wrinkle between his brows having long since calmed. The Milky Way Guild? Weren't they just a quasi-silver organization? Lionel remembered very clearly. Their highest-ranking member, Augustus Ovaltine, had still not even stepped into the sixth dimension yet. This was still far beyond Lionel's current level, but what did it matter? If they wanted to come, let them come. They'd be a nice and shiny stepping stone. Of course, in all of Lionel's thoughts, he felt that the odds were still quite low. This was a high-level planet, and the people that frequented this place obviously had the status to match it. What were the odds a merchant that had to do business in a small place like Terrain could ever be here? What he didn't know quite yet was that his luck was indeed that bad. In a control room located in a hidden department of the pillar, were several monitors projecting images from all over the two-star disaster world. From a single look, one would have thought that this place was plucked right from Earth to be deposited here. But upon further inspection, the reality was far more complex than this. The images were projected onto thin glass sheets that hung about at all sorts of angles. There were clearly no electronics or wires to be seen anywhere in the room whatsoever. It became clear fairly quickly that the technology being used here were related to a complex branch of force arts. These force arts allowed the Milky Way Guild to monitor the whole of the planet for any activity of interest. It was quite a complicated task to handle a disaster-rated planet. There was more required than simply mining its resources. The location had to be protected, the weather had to be analyzed and predicted for safe and dangerous times, and any unexpected activity had to be properly reported. As such, while there were a large number of high-level workers, there were also a fair share of low-level ones as well, many of them tasked with observing these monitors and passing on the necessary information to higher-level officials for final decisions to be made. It wasn't that Lionel didn't notice he was being monitored. He obviously had. The difference back then was that he thought it was only natural, not only because of the reasons just mentioned, but also because the Milky Way Guild wouldn't be a very good third party if they weren't doing at least that much. But now, there were hundreds of men and women in this monitoring station, each of them focused on the 4 to 5 fluctuating images before them. The task was usually monotonous. Most spent nothing but days on end watching winds whip across of rocks that had already evolved to not be very affected by their surroundings. The ones that had it worst, though, were the pillar monitors. At least those who were tasked with watching the mines could observe powerful warriors breaking stone and shattering gems from time to time. But those on pillar duty only had the task of ensuring that none of their roadways ever failed. With the sturdy build of these roadways, such a failure might only occur once a decade. So most of the time, those tasks with this job just watched as the pillars waved back and forth in the same, endlessly repetitive motion. The Milky Way Guild had long since done that math, and hiring this drone of people to monitor for failures was far more cost-efficient than hiring a force crafter to automate the whole process. Those working here weren't complaining, though. They were paid decently and their jobs weren't dangerous. What more could they ask for? However, there were still some among them that had no intention of staying in such a place for a lifetime. Some among them who aspired for more and greater. Within this group, there was one young man who was very obviously not the fat merchant Lionel had met. He got lucky on this day, getting to watch a competition on his section of pillars. But when he saw Lionel, his eyes narrowed. Lionel's luck was indeed quite bad. Chapter 807. Havoc was indeed not the fat merchant. The fat merchant had never stepped foot onto this planet, and had always been far more interested in increasing his wealth in other ways. Havoc, however, wasn't afraid to stoop to any low to rise. The fat merchant had long since gotten used to his lavish lifestyle within the 4th dimension. He had no grand hopes of starting from the bottom of the 5th dimension, and working his way all the way up again. The two were simply vastly different people. One was as boisterous as possible while the other was quiet and reserved, laying in wait for the perfect chance to strike. At first, Havoc didn't immediately recognize Lionel. Compared to the last time he had been seen, the difference was too great. Lionel had matured by 2 years, firstly, making his jaw more defined, his back wider and his shoulders more broad. Beyond that, his hair was no longer long and its color, along with his eyes, were completely different. For a person who had only seen Lionel once, it would have been easy to ignore the signs of familiarity, and even possible to have even not connected the memories together at all. But Havoc was different. Compared to the others who had almost dead eyes as they scanned their monitors, his had always been like that of a hawk's, scanning through every detail with a meticulous tediousness that others wouldn't care to suffer through. It took a while, but Havoc finally remembered. Years ago he had taken some work on terrain. Unlike the fat merchant who frequented that world to begin with, Havoc had been there because that was where his research led. Terrain was a world exceptionally close to Earth, and there had been a more than 90% likelihood that when Earth opened its doors for trade, Terrain would be the first it gravitated toward. Havoc refused to allow lucky bastards like the fat merchant, without foresight and forethinking, to benefit from something like this. So he had begun plans to carve out a foothold for himself. Unfortunately, because of the suspicious nature of all his covert actions, he had been flagged by Shield Cross stars a lot like Lionel had been. But while Lionel managed to have his erased in just a few weeks, Havoc still bore his mark to this day, something that enraged him to no end. Due to this mark, he had to delay a lot of his plans and could only barely get this job. That aside, he ended up getting swept up into the war not much unlike many others who had come from different planets, and had thus seen the projection of Lionel's wanted poster. Until this point, Havoc had simply stored this at the back of his mind. Though the reward was exceptionally handsome, it didn't matter if he couldn't find or locate Lionel for himself. But as time passed, Havoc began to notice something odd. Outside of that time on Earth, he had never seen a single wanted poster for Lionel. This was odd, especially since Lionel was supposedly a Tier 4 fugitive. Shield Cross stars should be doing everything in their power to find him, especially since he should be the only criminal of that caliber in the Milky Way. There was no excuse for him to have been ignored for so long. That was when Havoc's senses went off. There was something not quite right about all of this. So he began to monitor Earth as well. In the last few years, Earth, having entered the fourth dimension, began to open itself up to forms of trade and communication with the outside world, making this task far easier. And as expected, Earth didn't even receive a warning for destroying a ship of Shield Cross stars. And neither was Emperor Fox placed on a wanted list either. This made even less sense than Lionel's wanted posters not having been placed anywhere. It just didn't make any sense. However, Havoc had an advantage others hadn't. During his stay on Terrain, he became quite familiar with the merchants that frequented the small planet. With how meticulous he was, how could he not take the time to know his enemy? After realizing that something was wrong, Havoc began to reach out to them. Using tactics that were sometimes covert, and sometimes even overt to the point of threats, he managed to piece together a narrative that he was fairly certain was true. Firstly, the charges levied against Lionel were, in all likelihood, false. Secondly, the true perpetrators were the cities of Terrain. Thirdly, for Shield Cross stars to neglect this, and given their odd actions in detaining him when he hadn't done anything wrong, likely meant that the cities and Shield Cross stars were in cahoots. Fourthly, for them to take this path instead of countless others they could have, this meant that Lionel's background was most definitely not simple. It was difficult to tell if these were connections he had through his grandfather, since Emperor Fox remained untouched as well, or if they were ones he had alone. Either way, it didn't particularly matter. And fifthly, if he could learn all of this, he was certain that Shield Cross stars could as well. But they hadn't either because they didn't care to, didn't want to, or very few of them were aware of this matter to begin with. From Havoc's understanding, it was definitely a combination of all three. This meant something quite simple. He would be a fool if he simply ran out of this room, shouting at the top of his lungs that he had found a wanted criminal. Even if he got some immediate gratification, and even a large part of the reward, his life wouldn't last very long afterward. But there was one piece of information he had been holding close to his heart. As cautious as he had been with everything else, he had been even more cautious with this one. That mistress era of the Kiefer family had disappeared that day according to the information he had gathered. But what was more important was her full name now that her marriage would no longer happen. Era Ovaltine. Chapter 808. You're making another gun? Didn't you say you preferred your bow? Aina, who had seemingly decided to not leave Lionel's side ever since she learned he might very well be in danger soon, was watching Lionel craft for the first time. Well, this wasn't necessarily the first time. She had been in the vicinity before, but this could be considered the first time all her attention was on him completely. Usually, when the two were working in the same room, they would be in their own worlds. But this time was different. I didn't have the skill to make anything better than a bow in the past, Lionel replied. But this doesn't mean I'm abandoning my bow. Lionel had far more flexibility with a bow than he ever would with a gun. The maneuvers he could make, most of which relied on his ridiculous coordination and calculation abilities, would always be beyond anything he could do with a gun no matter how he built it. Sometimes the most ancient way to do something was the best way for a reason. However, there was a reason the gun had surpassed the bow, at least on Earth. For one, the learning curve was far steeper. And secondly, the power would never be able to match up. In the past, Lionel had reached an odd state where his crafting skill wasn't high enough to surpass his personal strength, thus resulting in him not being capable of creating things that would truly help him in battle. He quickly outgrew his pair of pistols. He couldn't form consumable items he found worth using in battle. And the ultimate almost slap to his face as a crafter was his spear domain ring. If there was one lineage factor Lionel always neglected before he spent 2 years diligently breaking down and rebuilding his weaknesses, it was his spear domain lineage factor. But there was a very good reason for this. When you had access to spears of a quality far beyond what anyone else had, It became too easy to rely on them. Just think about it. Lionel had access to quasi-bronze spears before he could even make a Tier 5 craft. And now he could pull out a quasi-silver spear with a thought, but he had yet to even successfully craft his first fifth-dimensional craft. When it came to his snowy star owl lineage factor, following the branches and sub-branches was as easy as just choosing a path on a forked road to follow. When it came to his metal synergy lineage factor, it was even simpler. Just choose your ores to absorb and break open those layered, chain doors when the time was right. It couldn't have been more straightforward. But what about his spear domain lineage factor? How did he measure his progress? Was it by mastering more spears? Was it by strengthening his way of the spear? Was it by improving his domains? Lionel even felt that he had learned and understood more about his King's Might lineage factor in just the few days he had had it than he had for his spear domain lineage factor, even with years more time. His King's Might was simple as well. It gave an amplification to all his abilities with an emphasis on his domains and his aura or presence. As for how to improve it, that was even simpler. Just increase his burden. The more people who trusted and relied on him, the more people who were loyal to him, the more powerful his King's Might would become. One would think that the best way to improve spear domain was just to conquer more spears within the spear domain ring. After all, the lineage factor stemmed from this mysterious ring, right? In fact, the ring was able to appear within the zone while even the segmented cube hadn't been able to, so it was likely even more unfathomable than Lionel knew. But Lionel didn't believe things were this simple. For one, doing so ended him relying too much on the strength of his weapon. And secondly, there was an elephant in the room he hadn't addressed. There were billions of Morales family members. Among them, there were many who had awoken their spear domain lineage factor. But there was obviously only one ring. So how had they improved theirs? The next logical answer was with universe cycles. Wasn't that how everyone improved their skill, whether it be with a weapon or an element? However, this only made it more complicated for Lionel. His universal cycle comprehension wasn't tethered to a single weapon or element. He had grasped it to its purest form and could apply it to anything, which left his spear in somewhat of a limbo. The current Lionel, though, believed that he had grasped onto something. It had taken time, but he just might have carved out a path ahead. That said, though, his current focus was entirely on his new gun. Well, it was less accurate to call it a gun and more accurate to say that it was a sniper rifle. With the design he had in mind, it would be a behemoth of epic proportions. What he needed wasn't a gun that could deal with cannon fodder. What he needed was a steel giant that could blast a hole the size of a barrel through the chest of a fifth-dimensional expert. One would think that in the 2 years spent without little Tali or crafting, Lionel's skill would have diminished, or at the very least, remained stagnant. However, this couldn't have been further from the truth. In a world with nothing to do and weeks, even months passing between battles, Lionel had nothing but time on his hands. There was no Aina to distract him, no drama to take up his mental faculties, and a mind that was constantly strengthening its ability to split every day. Not only had he conquered all of the quasi-bronze spears in his spear domain ring, but he had lost count of the number of crafts he had completed in his dream world. Even when he couldn't get his hands on fifth-dimensional ores to work on, he simulated their characteristics using the information he knew about them to an almost 99% threshold toward perfection. Lionel's skill had long since crossed into the realms of a bronze crafter. As for his limits, he wasn't sure. But he would definitely be using the fifth-dimensional ores the valiant Heart Elders so graciously gave him to give his enemies a good surprise. Lionel didn't know, though, that he'd be receiving a surprise of his own very soon as well. Chapter 809. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This sniper rifle would have even more components than his divine armor. Yet comparing the difficulty he had in creating his armor versus how almost easy it felt to finish it, it was almost surreal. You're not abandoning the bow, so I assume this gun will be very powerful? Lionel nodded. Very. It will probably be able to blow a hole right through a mountain. If that mountain was in the fourth dimension, it would probably be able to level it completely. Aina blinked, looking at Lionel's side profile. If there was one thing Lionel never did, it was exaggerate in order to gain her awe and affection. Aina didn't believe he consciously did this knowing that she would like it. Rather, it was just how he was. He was confident enough in himself to feel that he didn't need to lie to impress people. And he had always been like this. Plus, hadn't he already gotten her now? He had even less of a need to try to impress her now compared to the past. Yet he had still said these words. That only meant one thing to Aina. He meant them. It had never truly sunk in for Aina just how good Lionel was at force crafting. Even before learning he had such a skill, she had been in awe of crafters for a long time already. She could remember memories of her father speaking about the experts who forged the battle axe heirloom she wielded even to this day. From a young age, she had been indoctrinated into believing how special they were. So, when the day came that her man seemed capable of completing things even they found difficult with ease, it was so surreal that she sometimes forgot Lionel was on such a level. Watching him focus so diligently on even the smallest of parts like this left her with an unknown feeling in her heart. What about the recoil? Will you be all right? Lionel grinned when he heard this. This is what's so special about this sniper rifle. I built it with the specifications of my metal body and snowy star owl lineage factor in mind. Even if it lands in the hands of another, it might as well be scrap metal. At its lowest setting, blasting a hole through the head of someone at tier 8, and even 9 if their defenses aren't great would be as easy as me pulling the trigger. At least if this tier 8 or 9 individual is in the quadrant of the universe, anyway. But at the highest setting, if I go all out, someone at tier 3 or 4, even 5 of the 5th dimension would definitely have to dodge out of the way. Though I could probably only make such a shot once or twice. Aina blinked, finding it all to be almost too ridiculous. That doesn't fix the problem of recoil. You'd end up blasting a hole through yourself. Aina frowned. Even hearing this, Lionel's grin only grew wider. That's only if the bullet's strength came from within the sniper rifle itself. But that would make the design too boring. Aina raised her brows. The days passed quickly and the time for the second round was already upon them. Unfortunately, while the start of the second round wasn't a surprise, the circumstances were very different. For one, it turned out that the reason the Milky Way Guild agreed to act as their third party was if and only if they could profit from their internal struggle. A fight for power between 4 of the Milky Way's most powerful organizations? Who wouldn't want to watch such entertainment? And those who didn't want it for entertainment would definitely want to know the outcome. This battle alone could change the landscape of the entire galaxy, or at the very least, the quadrant they shared. Unsurprisingly then, the Milky Way Guild sold countless seats, both real and virtual. By the time the Valiant Heart youths walked into the indoor arena the guild usually set aside for entertainment, it was packed to the walls with people. The atmosphere was rowdy and humid, the shouts of the people above threatening to be even more violent than the winds outside. But that was only the first surprise. And even then, it was only a surprise to some of them. It was clear that the others had already expected as much. What they didn't expect, though, was for the established rules to suddenly be thrown away. What should have been a simple elimination tournament with a perfect number of 32, had suddenly become something completely different. While Valiant Heart should have had the leverage to fight against this, for some odd reason, this change gained the approval of the Milky Way Guild. It was clear that their supposed neutral third party had a certain loyalty, and that was to money. There was no doubt that this change would be far more entertaining. What once was an elimination tournament had become a 9 versus 9 rotation battle. The 3 organizations were no longer even pretending to be separate, opting to combine their strengths into one from the very beginning. Just like this, Valiant Heart, which should have had over 20 participating members, was forced to cut their options back down to 9, 3 of which were already taken up by their seeded geniuses. How could they not be infuriated? Yet they couldn't even sulk and bask in this fury. It was simply too difficult. With the rowdy crowd only getting louder as the event was introduced, they couldn't even simmer, feeling as though the entire world was laughing at their struggles. As Lionel listened to Hutchins slowly explain the changes, he remained silent. At the very least, Hutchins' own calmness seemed to say that he expected something like this. Either that, or this was just his disposition. Hopefully, if it was the former, he had a plan to deal with this beyond today. "I'll go first," Lionel suddenly said. Many eyes looked over toward him, including Hutchin. Usually they would save the most powerful for last. And though the elders weren't convinced that Lionel was this most powerful individual, he was at the very least not the weakest. But Lionel only shrugged, not explaining himself. In this sort of environment, facing this sort of hostility, you couldn't let your enemy linger around. If Valiant Heart won by a close shave, there were any number of steps the three organizations could take and still come out clean. However, if they were crushed, whittling to nothing before the eyes of so many, even if they took those steps, they would only be seen as bottom feeders and shameless. If Valiant Heart was lucky, the latter path should save them a few more years. Lionel would gladly accept these years too, as they would only help him. "Okay." Hutchin agreed. Lionel smiled and winked toward Aina, leaping for the stage to find a cloaked figure waiting for him. This must be the first of their secret-seated geniuses? What's the point of still wearing a cloak now? If I want to see who you are, it won't be very difficult. Just as Lionel was about to pry through this person's cloaked defenses, something he had never expected to happen happened. The cloaked figure froze, shuddering for a moment. And then they yelled something that caught Lionel completely off guard. "Captain." Lionel's lips hung partially open. Damn it, Lionel thought. This just got 100 times more complicated. Chapter 8:10. The cloaked figure suddenly charged for Lionel. But when many thought the battle would begin, he suddenly enveloped him into a massive bear hug. The rowdiness of the crowd continued for a while, thinking that maybe this hug was some sort of attack. When it came to the strongest individuals, after all, a bear hug might be among the most vicious ways to kill someone. But it became very clear, very quickly, that this wasn't a vicious bear hug at all. Especially when the cloaked figure set Lionel down, removing his cloak to reveal a beaming smile. "Hey Milan. How've you been?" Lionel forced a smile. He should be happy to see his teammate, but this supposedly good thing was most definitely not one. Especially if he was correct. Lionel didn't even need to look now to understand that most, if not all of the mysterious 9 geniuses that the three organizations had hidden until now were from Earth. It might sound like Lionel was angry because he couldn't fight for Valiant Heart Mountain, but this wasn't the case at all. This was much deeper than that. It was the sort of problem that was giving Lionel a major headache, just thinking about it. If it was just about winning, what could be simpler than this? His teammates would forfeit long before he even had to ask. It was just the kind of men they were. And, even if there were others from Earth that weren't his teammates, that hardly mattered. The fact they were from Earth meant that they had been training for the same amount of time Lionel had, and he didn't believe anyone who fit into such a category could defeat him. At least not in this segment of the universe. What was the problem then? It was a matter of flexibility and maneuverability. Things might have been fine if the three organizations didn't know the relationship between Lionel and the others, but now that they did, it would be impossible to just hide them all away. Using the snow globes sounded like the logical answer, but he would need the actual chance to do so first. And beyond that, who was to say that these 9 were the only ones he had to worry about? What about the others that were likely still within those three organizations right this very moment? Lionel wasn't naive enough to believe that only 9 total had been sent out. The only potential good news was that Lionel had a feeling that this was done in partnership with Earth. It was unlikely that these organizations would choose to forego this partnership, especially given Earth's potential. At least they wouldn't do so blatantly and without thought. This might give them a bit of breathing room. However, even with this being the case, Lionel didn't believe that this would be a great deterrence. Not in the face of whatever value Valiant Heart Mountain's territory and the Milky Way Guild could provide anyway. Lionel's instincts were tingling all over. He could feel that he had already been found out, that a trap was being slowly closed in around him. He could understand that if the person he thought was behind this was, that this was definitely the approach they would want to take. They wouldn't want him to die an easy death or be simply captured. They would want something that would help them to vent all the rage and frustration that had been brewing within themselves for over 2 years already. Milan blinked when he looked at Lionel's face and scratched the back of his head. As Lionel's center on the football field, a position that was essentially considered to be Lionel's head guard, Milan was quite good at realizing when he had done something wrong. But usually, it took some detective work. It had never been this obvious before, which could only mean one thing. He had definitely made a big mistake this time. And it was a big mistake that even Lionel wasn't confident in cleaning up. He had all sorts of jokes lined up about everything from Lionel's hair to who that new beauty next to him was, but he couldn't even bring himself to say it any longer. Milan scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Cap. Lionel opened his mouth to respond, but in the end he sighed a smile and shook his head. Forget it. Maybe things will be more interesting this way. How many are with you? There's Joel, Raj and Drake. Milan's response carried an undertone of seriousness, his cadence even and his voice quite booming. It almost seemed as though he was speaking too loudly, but this was just his natural volume. He was quite used to speaking like this, especially given his original profession. Drake? The rookie? Milan grinned. He's already almost 18, Cap. I dunno if we can't still call him that. Lionel smiled. I guess you're right. By this point he would have already taken our spots, huh? By this point, the entire arena had fallen into an awkward lull. The 3 organization heads weren't sure how to respond to this sudden situation. This was especially so for the old man of Misty Woods, considering Milan was one of his 3 hidden seated geniuses. What's the problem, Cap? Milan asked. Do you need Valiant Heart to win? It would help, but that's not the main problem. It also doesn't mean as much as it would have in the past anymore, considering. Milan forced a sheepish grin. Indeed, it wouldn't mean as much anymore. Even if Milan was the only one in cahoots with Lionel, the 3 organizations would still use it as an excuse to void the entire competition. Then what should we do? Lionel looked around for a moment, his eyes drifting toward a certain section of the arena where a few sat silently, many of whom wore masks. It was difficult to tell if they were hiding something, or if this was simply their usual style of dress. That depends, Lionel responded. Who else is here? Everyone is from Earth. I'm not sure if you know them. But there is that girl that used to follow her around. Lionel's lip twitched. Her? Milan blinked. Don't worry, Cap. I won't mention her in front of your new girl. Scout's honor. Lionel touched his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming along. How many times would he have to deal with this exactly? That's Aina, you big lug. Milan looked over Lionel's shoulder toward Aina, who still wore her mask, then back to Lionel. You met another girl by the same name? Do you have a fetish or something, Cap? The wave of déjà vu almost made Lionel faint once again. Chapter 8:11. Lionel couldn't blame Milan too much. Aina had gone from 57 to over 6 feet tall. It was only inevitable that many would think her to be a completely different person. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Lionel's mind kicked into overdrive. Numerous thoughts and plans flashed one after another, his thinking speed becoming faster and faster. Lionel felt sparks flying through his dreamscape. But the final connection couldn't be made no matter how hard he tried. Augustus Ovaltine, the head of the Milky Way Guild. The worst-case scenario is having to fight a man of that caliber, but there's also a high likelihood that he's involved. Such a high-profile deal wouldn't have been made without his approval. Lionel looked up and into the high ceiling lights before looking back toward Aina, who had been staring at him right from the very beginning. His lip curled into a slightly bitter smile. It was the kind of look that made Aina's heart skip a beat outside of her control. She knew at that point that Lionel was about to do something that placed him in a ridiculous amount of danger. It felt as though all her fears were collapsing onto her chest in waves. Lionel hadn't moved, but to her, it was almost like he was fading from existence. Don't you dare! She roared, sirens blaring in her mind. Lionel's lips moved without a sound. Sorry. Aina's mind went blank. She hardly registered what happened next. All she could hear was the whining high pitch of her breathing. All she could see was a blurry world of flashing light and cacophonic explosions. When she realized that she should probably move, to do something, do anything, Lionel sprung into action. Sorry about this, big fella. A blinding pair of white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back. Before Milan could react, Lionel appeared behind him, his foot snapping outward with such force that the air crackled and popped. On reflex, Milan's energy shield ability activated. On first look, his own ability was identical to Whis-san's. But it was clear by the fact he was chosen as a seated genius and Whis-san was not, despite being from the same organization, that he was the clear-cut better of the two. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. Lights of gold and fires of black-red exploded around Lionel's leg. It was an objectively beautiful sight, the way the lightness and darkness contrasted and danced about one another. But as beautiful as it was, the devastation it wrought was on a completely different level. Lionel's planted leg shattered the arena beneath his feet. The half to Lionel's back crumbled into large, irregularly shaped stone slabs that kicked up into the air, as though a skateboard that had an end pressed down. Google the half to his front splintered into a web of shatter pieces all at once like a pane of glass clattering against the floor. And that was when Lionel's kick connected. Milan's body curved into an inverted U. The backs of his hands and the soles of his feet nearly touched as he streaked across the arena like a meteor. He carved a path of light and fire in the air, a sharp pain stinging his lower back as he drew a line right toward Aina. She realized a figure was shooting toward her. Her mind was a garbled mess. She could feel that Lionel had a reason for doing all of this, that he had a reason for cutting her away like this when they had already both agreed to rise to the top together, but she was too distraught to think of it. She should have been able to stop Milan in the air without injuring the both of them. And yet she was too late to raise even a hand. The worst hadn't even happened yet, but she had practically collapsed because she knew all too well how it would end. At that moment, Head Hutchin flashed to Aina's side, placing a hand on her shoulder and stopping Milan mid-flight. It was exactly then that Lionel pulled it out. It was a sniper rifle of epic proportions, yet it seemed drawn up from the fantasy of all men. It had a base of black accented by vibrant golds and silvers. Its barrel was over a meter long alone, and its body as a whole was nearly 2. Just looking it made one feel its heft. The sniper rifle whirled with power. For a moment, all the air in the arena seemed to swirl toward it, leaving streaks of humidity whirling into its nozzle. Search the body of the sniper rifle began to glow. It was imperceptible, but the heat of the arena also rose by a measure as Lionel rose it to his shoulder, his eye training along its length. At that moment, his smile completely faded. All that was left was cold, a heavy violet air manifesting around his very being. His short hair waved about with violent shifts that made it feel as though he was about to be the center of his own hurricane. His gaze locked onto the silent masked figures, the barrel of his gun lining up with his sights, his will and his determination. Since things were going to be like this, he might as well set the world ablaze. Aina, you are the only one I can trust to keep them all safe. You are my queen after all. As for the rest of this burden, I'll take it on personally. The sniper rifle jolted. TSU, a blazing streak of light shot through the arena. Lionel had acted so quickly and so without logic and sense that many couldn't grasp what was happening until it already had. Lionel slid back a meter due to the recoil, but it was clear that he wasn't injured in the slightest. Up above, though, in a location where the masked figures had been, the dignified figure of a young woman sat. Just before, she had been silently observing everything without a word. But right then she sat stunned, unable to believe what had happened. Her neck slowly craned downward, only to find a cauterized, bowl-sized wound through her chest. At that moment, her mask slowly slid off beneath the surprise of everyone present, just in time for them all to see the last light of her life leave her. Lionel looked up with narrowed eyes. I hope you find peace in death knowing the hell I'm about to experience, Era. Lionel hardly finished the thought before that hell descended. In line with the title of today's chapter, I would like to say sorry for the fact there will only be 2 today. Don't go all Aina on me, tears. Chapter 8:12. In the beginning there was nothing but silence. The crowd, which had believed the battle was starting up with Lionel's kick, was ready to get into the action. Seeing Lionel's display of strength and power, even to the point of shattering the arena for all that it was worth, how could they not feel their blood boil? This was what they had come for. This was what they wanted to see. However, how could they know that Lionel's reason for sending Milan flying like that had little to do with giving them the entertainment they so ravenously sought after? He had two purposes, both of which were fulfilled by a single action. The first was to give himself space. The vicinity around the sniper rifle when it fired couldn't be handled by just anyone. And he also didn't want Milan getting swept up in what was coming. He needed speed, and that unfortunately had to translate to power as well. The second reason was layered. He needed to ensure that Aina couldn't interfere in the immediate aftermath. Even though he was certain that she would be able to handle Milan without injuring either of them, he obviously hadn't wanted to harm the two of them to begin with. What he wanted was for Aina to be distracted and unable to get caught up in these matters. This, unfortunately, resulted in him taking advantage of Aina's distraught state. Because the only way to truly ensure that Aina didn't interfere was by making sure someone more powerful than she was stepped in. And that was where Head Hutchin, who currently had a hand on her shoulder, came into play. The silent, tacit deal that was made across space between the two men was clear. Protect my people and it'll give your valiant Heart Mountain a chance to survive this ordeal. The crowd was obviously unaware of all of this. They had been excited to an extreme until the point they witnessed Era's chest being torn through. She didn't get a chance to reveal her master plan. She didn't get a moment to vent her hatred and fury. She didn't even get a chance to say a last word to Lionel, before she suddenly found her life to be forfeit. In the irony of all ironies, she died just the way her future husband had. In a state of despair, unable to even lift a finger of resistance. Maybe her only solace in death was that Lionel's current actions made him like a frog in a boiling pot of water. Except for the fact that in this analogy, there wouldn't be a slow upturn of heat. Whatever blazing fires there would be happening now. The masked figures by Era's side, seemingly guards that should have been protecting her safety, suddenly snapped out of their daze. For a moment, they couldn't believe that they had allowed a third-dimensional brat to kill their charge right before them. It didn't make any sense. Their reaction time, their training, their prowess, it should have all been far beyond Lionel's. None of this even mentioned the fact they were in arm's length of Era, while Lionel was easily 300 or 400 meters away. When they realized what happened, they were first stricken with horror, then an all-pervading fear sunk into their bones. Then right after, their expressions twisted with rage beneath their masks, their fifth-dimensional auras shattering the space around them. In a corner within the same seating section, Havoc hung onto the crashing slabs of rock and metal for dear life, fear paling his face. If that gun had been aimed toward him, wouldn't he be dead right now? If Lionel hadn't assumed he was just some servant boy standing quietly in the corner, would he have aimed for him instead? Havoc's overinflated sense of worth seemed to seep even into his thoughts of fear. The truth was that even if Lionel had known his identity and the role he had played in all of this, his sniper rifle would have still been aimed for Era. His actions weren't about simple revenge. It was deeper than that. 3 blazing auras tore a path toward Lionel, as the screams began to rock the arena. Those watching the events from a distant place didn't quite know how to react to this change either. But there were a few older gentlemen and noble women that leaned back in their chairs and took a sip of wine. Someone challenging the Milky Way Guild? How long had it been exactly? Yip. Yip. Save it for now, buddy. We've got some running to do. Lionel thought bitterly as little Blackstar hopped to his head. Every fiber of Lionel's being wanted to take just one more look toward Aina. But he suppressed the feeling. He knew that if he did, he would see something he definitely did not want to see. All the while, his teammates in black cloaks wanted to rush out. Especially Raj, who had grown into a towering wall of fat. But it was Joel who clamped down on both of them hard. You idiots! Control yourselves! Joel barked out harshly. If Lionel was the captain of the offense, Joel was the captain of the team's defense. His leadership qualities only fell a few steps behind Lionel's own. Even though he couldn't quite understand why Lionel was doing all of this, It was more than obvious that he didn't want them to interfere. Lionel's hands flipped, causing his sniper rifle to vanish. His gaze turned a shade of cold that made it seem as though he had detached from the whole of the world. Sadness, regret, rage, fury. They all seemed like foreign objects he couldn't grasp. This world? It was his domain. The instant the guards were about to touch the ground and shoot toward Lionel, the latter's palm flipped over, revealing a heavy spear as a wild violet bronze aura erupted around him. The guards felt their weight increase what felt like 100-fold for an instant, causing what should have been their sure steps to falter just enough for Lionel to blaze a trail by them. Chapter 8:13. No one expected for Lionel to survive a single exchange. But by some means only known to himself and the 3 men who chased after him, he had managed to do exactly that. Streaking toward the collapsed seating section Era's dead body was currently sliding down from, a trail of blood following her descent. The 3 fifth-dimensional guards' heavy steps shattered the ground even more resoundingly than anything Lionel could have accomplished. But the result was them being trapped knee-deep for just a moment. In that instant of time, they had a horrifying thought. Had he done it on purpose? Even if Lionel was trying to get rid of Milan as quickly as possible, shattering the arena with his foot before was still overkill. No? Could he really have shattered it for the express purpose of facilitating their entrapment? If the arena wasn't so damaged to begin with, a simple falter of their steps wouldn't have forced them to lag behind for so long, let alone be trapped knee-deep. The intuition of a fifth-dimensional expert was scary despite the fact none of them had mental abilities. Whether it was true or not, a hint of caution was birthed in their hearts. But, by the time they ripped themselves out from the ground, their heads snapped in the direction of Lionel. He was already 3/4 of the way to the collapsed seating arrangements. The guards immediately reacted, shooting toward Lionel and catching up quickly. But they were soon horrified to find Lionel picking up Era's corpse by the neck and throwing it hard into the crowd. It was as though they were watching their own hearts being thrown across the room. They obviously had no feelings for Era. In fact, in the last 2 years, not many had good opinions toward her at all. She seemed to have sunk into an obsession and all her time was spent in a rage. Taking on the task of guarding her was already thankless, but now even those horrors seemed benign to what was happening now. To the Milky Way Guild, this wasn't just about losing a family member of the head. Era was hardly worth much in the eyes of Augustus, or else Anared would have never had the chance to marry her in the first place. This was an issue of face and prestige. They were called the Milky Way Guild. This entire galaxy was meant to be beneath their thumb. Even the Shield Cross Star's branches in their territory had to listen to the whims of a child of theirs who didn't hold real power in this galaxy. And yet, now one of their own had not only been publicly assassinated, but was even being thrown about like a rag doll. One of the guards had no choice but to split from the group, leaving booming concentric circles of air as he went toward Era's arching corpse. The 2 remaining redoubled their efforts, seething as they shot for Lionel. It was as though with his every action, they witnessed their chances at surviving this ordeal slipping further and further away. Lionel landed heavily on the shattered seating section, his expression cold and indifferent. He didn't even glance toward Havoc, who was trembling in a corner barely 2 arms' reaches from him. The latter clung to a slab of broke rock, trying not to fall below. But his trembling hands seemed to want to forsake him entirely. Lionel, though, simply struck out a palm, causing the already partially collapsed rock to shatter completely under a combination of his earth elemental force and his power. Even in his escape, Lionel took the most efficient route, not wasting even the slightest bit of effort he didn't have to. Lionel dove into the hole he created and stepped into the hallway. His body rippled, several clones of himself splitting in all directions as the hole behind him sealed completely shut. Google not even a split moment later, the 2 guards shot through, but what they saw left them frozen. Hundreds of Lionels ran in every direction. With the shape of the pillar, the building plan of this settlement was based out a circular circumference. The arena had been like a nestled egg within this circumference, and had a hallway that wrapped all the way around it. In order to accommodate such a large number of people, though this hallway was wide, being at least 20 meters thick, And at the same time, it had numerous exits, entrances, stalls, shops, and even teleportation formations. Lionel took full advantage of it all, his clones rushing toward every location like a swarm of locusts. His skill in harmonic spear had reached such an impossible point that even sustaining so many to complete so many different actions was as easy as thinking it. Still, the guards reacted quickly. In their experience, clones were just visual tricks. They'd be able to easily pick out the real one by using their internal sight. How could a third-dimensional brat hide from them? But to their horror, no matter how diligently they swept through the grand hallway, they saw nothing more than the same images of refracting light. In a rage, one of the guards shot a fist toward the Lionel clone, only to find that it passed right through as though he was touching nothing more than air. And to add insult to injury, the clone continued to run like nothing had happened, still pretending to be one of Lionel. The real Lionel had long since stepped through the cracks. Search as for why the guards couldn't find him? That was because his internal sight was far beyond the two of theirs. Not only could internal sight be used to sense, it could also be used to protect from the internal sight of others. Against two guards at the very beginning stages of the fifth dimension. Did he even have to worry about such a thing? But the prerequisite for him continuing to hide like this was in sustaining as many clones as possible. Unfortunately, that would be impossible the further from them he got. Lionel, though, was already prepared for this possibility. The true games would begin when he stepped onto planet Vincero. Chapter 8:14. The arena was shell-shocked. The heads of the three organizations weren't quite sure how to react to all of this. A part of them wanted to act to stop Lionel as well, but the complications of the matter stopped them from acting rashly. For one, who would think that Lionel could deal with three fifth-dimensional existences? Second, with the way he interacted with Milan despite the fact they had kept their seated geniuses as a hidden trump card meant that he was likely also from Earth. Third, this was a matter of the Milky Way Guild's face. If they couldn't deal with the situation themselves, the whispering voices would only become louder. None of this even mentioned the odd optics of it all. Somehow, the four organizations got several geniuses from Earth. All of these geniuses seemed to know one another. They just so happened to gather after the four organizations asked for the Milky Way Guild to be a third-party observer. And the result of it all was the death of a direct line child of the guild head? No matter how you looked at it, it was suspicious to an extreme. What if they acted and Lionel somehow managed to escape? What if they had sprung to action, and Head Hutchin along with the four mysterious elders took the opportunity to sow some chaos which facilitated Lionel's survival? How could they wash their hands clean of such optics? With that single move, they would be dragged down along with valiant Heart Mountain. They would go from enemies to allies by circumstance in a single move. To make matters worse, now that Lionel had managed to escape while they didn't act, they were suffering under optics that were just as bad. Now it seemed like their Enactation had only helped Lionel as opposed to shining light on their innocence like they had wanted it to. Worrying about valiant Heart Mountain now? How could they? They had to go all out to find and trap Lionel, or else once the dust settled and cleared. Even if the Milky Way Guild didn't punish them directly, they had plenty of ways to make them suffer. As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, if they had thoughts of harming the people of Earth to prove the fact they had nothing to do with all of this, the avenues of retaliation Lionel had were now as open as a great sea. With just a few hints, a few innuendos here and there, a couple inexplainable situations, he could easily make it seem like he was in cahoots with the three organizations. If he chose to do so, the stain on them would be inerasable. He had bound their hands completely. As long as they behaved themselves, they could chase him all they wanted for their revenge. But the moment they stepped over the line, everything they had built would come crumbling down. As the three heads were thinking these thoughts, how could Head Hutchin and the others not understand all of this as well? In a single seemingly reckless and thoughtless move, Lionel had saved quite literally everybody, but himself. Lionel dashed through the halls of the settlement. At that moment, the blaring horn of warning bells sounded, vibrating with such a booming cadence that even the walls vibrated. It was the kind of obnoxious sound that made one's ears bleed, and one's eyes blur beside themselves. Lionel's eyes narrowed. This would be where the true challenge began. There was just one method of entering and leaving this place, but there were multiple methods of doing so. Unfortunately, Lionel was only familiar with just a single method since it was the only one he was shown. All methods of leaving led to the roof. The surface of planet Vincera was too dangerous for anyone not of the sixth dimension to casually step onto. As such, transportation on the surface was mostly neglected. All the mining the guild did was high up on mountain peaks. They would then carve paths through these mountains downward and toward thicker and richer deposits. The singular method Lionel knew of to reach the roof was through the guest holdings. He had already memorized the path. Up 27 floors, through the wide lobby he had seen the Milky Way guild sign from, then to the teleportation pad. If they were smart, they would have already shut down all teleportation platforms. But this was something that Lionel had already thought of as well. Would he even be a force crafter if he was stalled by such a thing? Lionel shot up a flight of stairs, his heavy steps purposely pressing down just hard enough to send him forward and shatter what was behind him. He no longer cared about hiding his tracks, he had already dispelled his clones. On top of that, he was certain that there were eyes all over this building, so whether he shattered the steps or not, they would know his location. Though he could easily sense and destroy the force arts manning the images of himself, a trail of broken images would just as easily point out where he was. 13 floors left. Lionel's speed did him wonders. He had already cut the distance he needed to cross by almost half just by not bothering about covering his tracks. So that's their plan? Got it. Lionel's gaze turned cold, his speed rising to an even higher gear as he tapped into his snowy star owl lineage factor. Star path. A lane of sparkling force appeared before Lionel. As though he was gliding across ice, his pace skyrocketed. This second stage of his speed subbranch was on a completely different level. He burst through the doors of the guest floor, his momentum so great that he rose into the air, a massive pair of wings spreading from his back. With a single look below, he saw a swarm of Milky Way guild elites. There must have been almost 100, each of them ready and waiting. It was clear that they didn't believe Lionel warranted such a reception, but rather that they no longer wanted any mistakes. All of this would end here. Lionel's aura blazed, his white gold wings of force spreading out as his halo glowed with a fierce light. The Milky Way guild sign that hung to his back shattered into motes of sparkling lights, crumbling down to the ground below. Chapter 8:15. Lionel almost immediately fell to the ground nearly as fast as he had soared, but for some reason to those below, it felt as though he had flown. The image was ingrained into their minds, searing the presence of an existence that would be molded into their very psyches. Clang, 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 clang. Lionel's chain domain appeared again as his palm flipped over. A cascade of illusory and real chains manifested, crisscrossing the room in a sea of endless blackness. The instant Lionel touched the floor, he shot forward. The fifth dimension? It was a level far beyond him. Even after pushing his metal body from Tier 4 to Tier 9, the change wasn't as drastic as he hoped. Though his body was indeed stronger than it had been in the past, the chain of his true dimension was like rocks sinking him further and further. This weight only became heavier the more he progressed in his mind and body to the point it was suffocating him. However, Lionel had already decided that the moment he escaped his planet, his destination would be wherever the map Uncle Montez had given him pointed out. It was high time he stepped out from the third dimension. Lionel didn't swing his spear even a single time. He weaved in and out of a barrage of attacks, his mind seeing through 10, 20, 30 steps ahead even in the face of so many fifth-dimensional experts. This was a completely different situation than the one he had faced with Alexander. He didn't need to defeat these people. He didn't have to protect anyone. His only obligation was to reach his target destination and keep himself safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Even the little mink on his head had long since entered his incorporeal form. Even if they wanted to target Little Black Star, their attacks would just pass right through. Lionel's chains whipped out. Sometimes they would appear at an enemy's feet, slowing their forward progress. Sometimes they would appear beneath or before their swinging arms, delaying their attacks. And sometimes they would even appear in Lionel's path, being footholds for him to flip through and change direction in the air. One would have through that they were experiencing some sort of circus act, a room of almost 100 fifth-dimensional existences, yet none of them could seem to stop a single brat. Lionel had long since realized that most abilities were only useful when you only had to worry about yourself. The larger of a group you were in, the less likely you would be to use your own. This wasn't only because an ability was often a trump card to change the tides of battle, but also because it was too difficult to ensure the avoidance of friendly fire. Unless, of course, you didn't care about it at all. Get the hell out of my way. A roar suddenly came from a man who was fed up. Lionel had already crossed halfway through the lobby area in what felt like an instant. To say that it was an embarrassment was an understatement. This sort of stain wasn't one any of them were willing to take on. Lionel felt a violent force lock onto him. Black flames rose toward the ceiling, wreaking havoc everywhere it touched. Many who surrounded the man scattered, their expressions warping as though they were looking at a madman. A wide beam of fire shot toward Lionel, carrying a heat that could melt mountains. Even furniture and art pieces tens of meters away erupted into their own blaze, becoming sparkling piles of ash. Normally, Lionel wouldn't be afraid of fire, and even now he wasn't. But the issue with this attack wasn't in the flame, but rather the force behind it. Even if he could survive the flame, he would still be tossed back by its forward momentum. Not only would that harm him, but it would also undo all his progress, not to mention make any further advancement almost impossible. Yet, even if the face of such a devastating attack, Lionel's gaze remained placid, his steps not even slowing. Die. Lionel vanished into the sea of black. A scorching mark shot through the lobby region, even blasting a hole into the staircase Lionel had come from before being stone-walled by the outer barriers of the pillar. Marcus! What the hell are you doing? Shut the hell up. You think I want a brat slipping away right from under our noses to be on my resume? Over my dead body. Go pick up his corpse and thank me later, son of a bitch. There weren't a small number of people enraged by Marcus' course of action. They weren't even guards. They were just miners who had come here to make a profit but were suddenly tasked with this. This was the main reason they hadn't used their abilities. They weren't even familiar with working with each other like this. However, they still felt this was better than nothing. At least it was over. Did you burn him to ash? Someone asked in confusion. Huh? What the hell did you expect? A third-dimensional brat. How could he possibly handle my flames? The group mostly nodded to this. As long as things were done, that was fine. As for the damage, that would be the Milky Way Guild's problem, not theirs. They were just contracted workers. At that moment, though, the whirring of a teleportation formation caught them off guard. One of the miners' face warped. There's residual spatial chi in the air. He used your fire as cover to teleport. Marcus' expression became quite colorful. He couldn't understand it. If the brat could teleport, why not just do it before? Why did he need to use his flames? It felt almost like he had been targeted for embarrassment by Lionel. The group sprinted out of the lobby, shooting for the teleportation formation they were certain should have already been shut down. But they were only in time to find Lionel vanishing, the blaring sounds of the alarms ringing in their ears. In a familiar room of endless glass monitors, an older gentleman with a beard as long and white as his hair sat with one leg crossed over another. He watched this scene in silence, a cup of tea being held between his palm and the hook of his fingers. Before him, a kneeling havoc lay, trembling from head to toe, not speaking a single word. Important announcement below April 28, 2022. Chapter 8:16. The old gentleman's fingers flickered, causing the monitors to shift and images of Lionel to be spliced together one after another. The video feeds paused, skipped forward and backward, and zoomed in and out to his leisure. However, even after being fine-tuned to the most final, and even the most inconsequential detail, The old gentleman still couldn't see how Lionel had managed to teleport. There was no device, there was no flash of force. Even the spatial ripple itself was hidden beneath the all-encompassing sea of black flames. There was only one explanation for all of this. Even in that situation, Lionel had timed his trump card so perfectly that even the cameras were unable to pick it up. That meant that he had been willing to be completely covered in those flames for a split moment in exchange for anonymity. But this wasn't the only shocking part about this. The timing was obviously immaculate. What was more impressive, though, was the fact that someone of Lionel's strength actually managed to survive such a thing. The old gentleman flipped the images once again, watching as Lionel reappeared upon the teleportation platform. But once again, there was nothing to find there. The only difference between the Lionel of before and the Lionel of then was in the fact his spear was no longer anywhere to be seen. Yet his spear wasn't left behind, so it was clear that Lionel had hidden it before his maneuver. Interestingly enough, Lionel's clothing was also in good shape, and though he wore the uniform of Valiant Heart which left his chest completely exposed without protection, he didn't seem to have been burned at all either. Interesting. As though he had all the patience in the world, the old gentleman cycled back to the very beginning of it all and watched everything frame by frame. He didn't miss out on a single detail, imprinting everything onto his mind. To give us so much footage yet not make a single mistake at any time. The only information this absence of information gives us is the fact he most definitely has a sensory ability. No other existence could be so flawless. Yet, despite having an ability lacking in combat, he still has such strong offensive strength. Just what family could he come from to have such powerful lineage factors? Or, is he a spark? If Lionel had been here, even his own face would have been twisted into confusion. A spark? It was a term he had never heard before. However, when the words drifted to Havoc, he trembled outside of his own control. Havoc had been on pins and needles from the very beginning. He hadn't been called here by this gentleman. Rather, he had taken the initiative to come forward and give all the information he had. Since he hadn't done anything wrong or illegal, there was no issue with him being up front, and it might even help him forge a path for his future. So the reason he was shaking right now wasn't because he feared dying, but rather because the presence of this old man was too stifling. It seemed that a long time had passed while he was scanning images of Lionel, but the truth was that he had been moving so fast and analyzing images so quickly that he left blurs in his wake. Just the small amount of force that leaked from his actions left Havoc in such a state. Still, that didn't stop Havoc from picking out the old gentleman's words. A spark. It was said that just as easily as the past could influence the future, so too could the future influence the past. When one saw a talent of immense potential, it seemed logical to assume that they came from a great background. But that was a conclusion only those ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse would make. A spark was a genius without foundation or backing that had such a bright future ahead that they were able to awaken to lineage factors beyond even the imaginations of most. One would think that a spark was rare, and in fact they were, but this was only a matter of relativity. In a powerful section of the dimensional verse, it was more likely to run into a genius with a strong background than it was to run into a spark. However, in a weaker segment of the dimensional verse like this one, if a genius was displaying talent that should only appear in 6th and 7th dimensional folds of reality, the most logical conclusion was that they were a spark. We had already predicted that Earth would birth numerous sparks in the coming centuries, but to actually birth one so powerful so soon. Fascinating. The old gentleman arranged everything he knew about Lionel in his mind. He had a sensory ability. He had high affinity for light, fire and earth. He likely had a hidden spatial affinity or at the very least, a treasure that could instantly teleport him. And he was more likely than not a spark. The best counter would be, all right. The old gentleman pulled out an odd partially glass device. It looked like a small glass orb embedded into a rectangular cut out of precious metal. The interesting part was that the glass orb floated in space, not attached to anything. Manson. The line was silent for a moment before the groggy face of a half-naked woman appeared on the screen. It was difficult to tell if she was just too tired to notice her state or if she simply didn't care. The old gentleman, though, didn't seem to mind at all as he continued speaking without missing a beat. You have a new target. His particulars are, get the job done. You have until the end of the day. I don't wanna. He's a spark. Manson suddenly shot up. Her breast jiggled along the bottom of the glass orb, but her face was too up close and personal to see much of it at all. Don't you dare give this to any other squad. I'm taking it. Chapter 8:17. Lionel stood atop the pillar, the whistling of the harsh winds playing in his ear like an eerie flute. He didn't seem eager to move. One would have thought that he wasn't being chased at all as he simply stood there, taking deep breaths one measure at a time. The next steps couldn't be taken casually. Maybe hiding on this planet wouldn't be difficult for him, but leaving it would be a different story entirely. One would think that he would have an easy time. After all, he had sent his coach back to Earth from terrain, so couldn't he do the same to himself? Even if it took some time to set up such a formation or draw such a talisman, if he could take his time to breathe, he definitely had time to at least do that, right? Unfortunately, things were not so simple. These winds and hurricanes might have appeared to be just simple works of nature, but the reality of it was that the moment one stepped into the fourth dimension and beyond, all phenomena had a push of force behind them. The only difference was in how much force there was. This was among the reasons why the fundamental laws of physics began to change with each step of evolution a world took. There was a foreign energy introduced that continuously evolved and grew as it became stronger. How then could the same laws of the past apply to it? As a result, Lionel was in a bit of a predicament. Trying to teleport out of a world that was practically shielded by wild fluctuations of force would be asking to die. There was a reason why the only teleportations that occurred on this world were within the protected shield of the pillar. Even coming to this rooftop required the force art to be etched directly onto the sturdy surface of the roof itself. The only way Lionel would be able to teleport away from this world was if he could draw a sixth-dimensional force art, something he obviously could do, or if he had prepared an anchor on another world similar to the teleportation force art on this very rooftop. On top of that, he had to be very careful about using even short-distance teleportation in this world. In fact, if he could help it, he would rather not risk it at all. Lionel had gone out of his way to hide the use of his divine armor from prying eyes using that wall of black flames. He hoped he wasn't pushed to the point he had rendered those efforts useless. Then, it seems like the only way to really leave this planet is to build a ship. Lionel's cold eyes dimmed, a light chuckle leaving his lips. He pulled out a talisman and poured his force into it. He wanted to tell Aina that he was fine. At the very least, he was still close enough that the winds shouldn't interfere too much. He had poured a lot of effort into these talismans just in case. But soon Lionel frowned. Are the pillar walls blocking it? He really didn't plan on leaving Aina for a long while. At most, he would just take a week or two and then sneak back to Valiant Heart while no one was looking. By then, they could just travel together again. There was nothing stopping him from doing this. But if the pillar walls were more sturdy than he thought them to be, he would have to wait until Aina left this world to another place. Annoying. Lionel shook his head. It made sense this pillar would have such high resistance against force. After all, it was built to withstand these harsh winds all year. But that didn't stop him from being ticked off. It always seemed that everything in this dimensional verse was designed to piss him off. He just could never have a moment of peace. And the small times he did were all the moments he spent with Aina. Forget it. I need to scout out what kind of minds this place has and see what I have to work with. I'm sure there's an elite team that'll be coming after me soon. Let's go. Lionel shot forward, vanishing in the wind. At that moment, unbeknownst to Lionel, a talisman lay on Aina's palm. It could only be said that Lionel's judgment was clouded. He trusted in his own crafting. He knew at the back of his mind that his level of force arts was far beyond what this pillar could match up to. He knew that his message should have gotten through. He knew that in Aina's current state, she would probably be watching the talisman like a hawk and see it immediately. He knew all of this. However, he subconsciously ignored it for one very important reason. Because if he accepted the logic of it all, He would also have to accept that Aina had consciously chosen to ignore his call. Aina had been sitting in a corner of the arena all to her own, her expressions hidden beneath her mask. But the redness of her gaze couldn't be. She held the talisman in both palms, watching it like a hawk as Lionel expected her to. When it lit up, she nearly cried out in joy, her tears rushing forth in a new, fresh torrent. However, just as she reached to respond, her heart froze over. This fear. How many times would she have to experience it? Time and time again, for as long as she had known Lionel, he was constantly placing himself at risk, doing things she could never agree with for the sake of things she couldn't ever accept. How many times would her heart drop? How many times would she have to be gripped by panic and anxiety of losing him forever? How much could she take? Would this be the last time he did this? If he could promise her this was the last time, she would answer right now. She would throw herself into his arms and never let go. But she knew it wasn't the last time. Even now, she could see the determination in his eyes. That unwavering will that couldn't be swayed by even her. The talisman fell from Aina's palms. She began to cry. It wasn't out of panic or anxiety, but rather because she felt that something inside of her had broken forever. Even as she regretted it and tried to reach out to pull it back, it escaped further and further away. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't undo it. Her sobs rang louder and louder, her shoulders feeling as though they had returned to their formerly petite frame. Chapter 8:18. Aina tried to rein in her cries, but she couldn't seem to do so. At a moment like this, Lionel would have already swooped in and placed a silencing array everywhere, and even hidden her from the crowd. But he wasn't by her side at the moment. Having had such a thought, she only seemed to cry harder. Milan, who had taken up the duty of guarding Aina as he felt he should as one of Lionel's teammates, suddenly became flustered beyond compare. How was he supposed to deal with this? What the hell was going on? Milan grabbed onto his back. Damn it, Cap. Couldn't you have been more light-handed? The blaring alarms of the pillar made it difficult for even Milan to hear himself. And yet Aina's sobs felt so clear to him. He didn't know if it was because he was close by or if it was something else, but it was almost as though her emotions were being painted onto the air. The truth was that Aina had completely lost control of her mental coercion. Let alone Milan, even if one couldn't hear her, it felt as though her sobs were being projected right into their minds. And instead of growing quieter, they only seemed to grow in strength. Just when Milan truly had no idea what to do anymore, Yuri seemed to appear out of nowhere, sinking to her knees before Aina. Aina, sensing that someone was before her, tried to look up. But all she saw was the blurry silhouette of someone she felt she would recognize if not for her tears. Young mistress? Why, Yuri. Aina hardly finished her words before she plunged into Yuri's chest. Her tears fell like a waterfall, casting a melancholy halo over the surroundings. Yuri was stunned. She had never seen Aina like this before. In fact, she could never remember having seen Aina cry at all. The young mistress she knew was like a towering fortress, unaffected by mundane things around her. Even back in the days of Royal Blue Academy, most everything was just a facade. Aina pretended to be the shy, quiet and reserved type in order to not draw attention to herself. But her true personality was nothing like that. Yuri's arm lightly wrapped around Aina's back. She could feel the pulsating trembling and hear the cadence of the ugly cries through her palm. Everything from Aina's wheezing exhales to her sniveling attempts at breathing was felt by her. She could almost feel Aina collapsing from the inside out. Her grip around her only grew tighter, her emotions less and less in her control. I can't do it, Yuri. He's going to hate me. The last words were like a timepiece falling to the ground. The clattering of shattered glass, the destruction of perfectly crafted gears, the ruin of a delicate mechanism sculpted with care and affection. Yuri's expression flickered. This was about Lionel? But why did it sound like Lionel hadn't done anything wrong? But if he hadn't done wrong, then why was her mistress crying? He's going to hate me. Yuri rubbed Aina's back, trying to console her. She had come with good news, ready to tell Aina that she had contacted her father again for the first time in such a long while. But she hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. Yuri didn't know what to do. At that moment, her expression suddenly changed. Her aura flared and a strength many didn't think she had was about to lash out. Just when she was about to reveal something she probably shouldn't, she calmed, realizing that the energy had no malicious intent. It collided with Aina, knocking her out completely. At that moment the blaring sounds of the alarm seemed to grow a pitch louder, but the reality was that they were finally perceiving it as they should. Yuri looked toward Head Hutchin in the distance, her gaze expressionless. But neither of them said or exchanged anything more than a glance. "Will this be a problem?" One of the mysterious elders spoke. The four of them along with Head Hutchin had all sent a glance toward Aina. Usually they wouldn't care about the relationships between their students. They didn't have a practice of arranged marriages, so they cared little for it all. However, Aina and Lionel were obviously a special case. There was clearly something wrong here. They were aware that Lionel was from the Morales family. The power he wielded or could potentially wield in the future was enough to crush them several times over. They were already in such a predicament to begin with. They didn't need another enemy. Originally, their main goal was to use Aina to keep Lionel on their side. As time progressed, though, they realized that Aina was a shining talent all to her own, and was highly likely to be a spark. Once they learned this, their goals slightly shifted and they began to value them equally, not because Aina would definitely rise to Lionel's level, but because she was their best option. Sometimes, having a genius that was too great was more a detriment than a good to an organization as weak as their own. Of course, they didn't quite understand the boundaries of Aina's talent. Even now, she was keeping her curse within herself to push and train to her absolute limits. She didn't care about showing off to people. Her main goal was revenge for her mother. The issue was, though, that if there was something that splintered Aina and Lionel, this could become something extremely troublesome, especially if there was animosity that remained. From their understanding of young masters, a category they seemed to place Lionel in. They might chase after a girl to win her heart. But the moment they failed, if Lionel turned his rage onto Valiant Heart Mountain, what would they do? Head Hutchin remained silent for a long while before he spoke. Wherever it was that the young Lionel Morales entered these last 2 years, he was able to mature to a point that left his past self far behind. Little Aina, however, has not taken a single step forward. Their maturities are misaligned. Their values are misaligned. This was bound to happen. All we can do is brace for the worst and hope for the best. Important announcement below April 28, 2022. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.